Good morning, Suprabhatam, to our esteemed guests, respected Pro-VC and Deputy Registrar of MAHE, Bengaluru, Dean, Manipal Institute of Regenerative Medicine, MAHEBLR'U staff, our faculty, colleagues, and dear students. Welcome to the beautiful campus of MAHE, Bengaluru, as we plan to celebrate the occasion of the National Science Day once again. And this year, we shall reminisce the discovery of the Raman Effect under the theme Indigenous Technologies by Viksit, Bharat. Myself, Uttara Chakrabarti, along with Dr. Meenal Francis, will be hosting the National Science Day 2024. We are indeed gathered here to exchange ideas and have open discussion on various aspects of science. It's a golden opportunity for each of us to enrich and enlighten ourselves from the stalwarts and renowned scientists who have come here along all the way. Without further ado, let's start the day with an invocation to the Almighty. Today, we invoke every god and goddess on this special occasion with shlokas from the Vedas that talk about unity. Sangachadvam, Sangvadadvam, Sangvo Manasi Janatam, Samano Mantra, Samiti, Samani, Samanang Mana, Sahachityamesham. May we march forward with a common goal. May we open-minded work together in harmony. May we share our thoughts for integrated wisdom. May we follow the example of our ancestors who achieved higher goals by virtue of being united. May our prayers be one. May we belong to one brotherhood. May our hearts and minds move toward one supreme goal. May we be inspired by common ideals. Samani va akuti, samana hridayaniva, samanamastuvo mano yathava susahasati. May our aspirations be harmonious. May our minds be in unison. May we strive to reduce disparity. May we be bound in strong fellowship and unity. This verse from the Rig Veda was musically adapted particularly for the purpose of prayer by the great poet Rabindranath Tagore. Today we begin this day with this prayer to invoke all the superpowers to be a part of our mission. I shall now call upon stage our Dean, Professor Jyoti Prasanna, to officially introduce the National Science Day and talk about its significance.
Good morning, one and all. Today, as we gather to celebrate the National Science Day at the MAHE Bangalore campus, have you ever wondered why tabla and mridangam make such nice sounds? Why is the sky blue? And why is the sea deeper blue? I think these are the mundane questions and observations from daily life which intrigued a student from Chennai. These are the questions which actually captured the imagination of a young seeker, which is C.V. Raman. It is this sense of inquiry and scientific spirit that led C.V. Raman to discover one of the greatest experimental discovery of all times, the Raman Effect. The discovery actually came in an era when Einstein and Bohr and other theoretical physicists were fiercely debating on the correctness of quantum mechanics. The debates were categorically put to test and validated by the discovery of Raman, who sort of explained the molecular basis of quantum mechanics through his experimental observations. He stated that based upon the properties of a material. The light can have different scattering properties, which we famously called as the Raman Effect. What started as a discovery of a physicist has larger implications now in medicines and biology. Thanks to his effect, we can actually look into cells, you can look into organelles, you can look at differences in a cell which is altered due to pathology. Not just that, thanks to Raman effect, that we can detect glucose in a diabetic patient without even pricking the patient and without taking even a drop of blood. That is the reach of Raman's discovery. But all these things, the Raman effect, the Nobel Prize, all of us are aware of, and you can get it in Wikipedia. But what really inspired me was his journey, a career trajectory which was far from conventional. Dr. Raman published his first paper as a graduate student. And then he joined Indian financial services, because that was the highest paid job at that time, and it was well respected. But he didn't let it extinguish his flame of inquiry, because even when he was in Indian Foreign Services, he took time in his off hours to contribute to science in a small research laboratory in what was called as Indian Association for Cultivation of Science, the first research institute in British India. A research institute which didn't hire permanent professors, a research institute which has not published a single paper till Raman joined. And Raman was the first one to actually publish the Raman article on the Newton ring in polarized light, which was the first article published in Nature in the year 1907 with limited facilities in IISc. So today we talk about infrastructure, we talk about facilities, but what is really inspirational is it's the sense of inquiry, and it's this zeal for science which is most important. His interest in science was disrupted because of the socio-political situation at that time, because the World War was on, and he was deputed to Burma, where he was deputed as a currency officer during the World War 1911. So once the World War finished, he came back to Calcutta and resumed his research in the Indian Association of Cultivation Sciences. It was in this institute where all the peak discoveries on the Raman effect was conducted along with his student, K.S. Krishna. He was, in fact, induced as the Palit professor, awarded in the name of the beneficiary, Dr. Palit. And in fact, he was not the first choice for the professorship, and only when Jagdish Chandra Bose declined to accept it was Dr. Raman induced into it. And many of the foreign scientists, the British scientists, were against his appointment because he didn't have a formal doctoral degree, nor he had any kind of experience abroad. So they were really skeptical in giving him this position. But nevertheless, he had never extinguished his fire to do good research. And we all know about the Raman effect. In 1933, he moved to Indian Institute of Science, and he was, in fact, the first Indian director to the Indian Institute of Science. All three people were Britishers. Before him were Britishers. Now, on this note, I would like to welcome Professor Padmanaban, because he's the only one who could have personally interacted with Sir C.V. Raman. And as I know from him during his conversation with me just 5-10 minutes back, he told that Dr. Raman wanted a bottle of chlorophyll. And he was the one who was doing his doctoral studies there, and he went, as a nervous PhD student, he went to his lab to give that chlorophyll bottle. But Dr. Padmanaban's journey is no less inspirational. Okay, and it is especially inspirational for people like me who has never visited abroad shores for a formal postdoctoral position. Dr. Padmanabhan had done, was in IISc as a junior research fellow, further went to do his PhD in the Indian Institute of Science, and within 3 years of doing his PhD at Indian Institute of Science, he was induced into the, he became a full-time, he became an assistant professor at the Indian Institute of Science, which is a very rarity in Indian Institute of Science, because Indian Institute of Science is famously known to recruit people who have a postdoctoral experience abroad. But it was the visionary and the foresight of Professor Satish Dhawan that he recognized the talent of Professor Padmanabhan, and under a special policy of recruiting local talent, Sir was recruited in the position of assistant professor. Now, as we talk about indigenous technologies and Viksit Bharat, it is noteworthy to mention that he was the first person to have cloned a gene in India way back in 1979. So it can't get more indigenous than this. So when we are talking about Viksit Bharat now, you can know from where, when the seeds of this Viksit Bharat was sown by visionaries like Professor Padmanabhan. What is to the world, he might be a Padma Shree awardee, he might be a Padma Bhushan awardee, but for people, for most of us at IISc, we fondly remember as GP, who will put us to shame for the punctuality and his interest for science. I can still remember the Saturday molecular biology journal clubs, which used to happen way back then, where we had to be there for the presentation at 9 in the morning, and it was on a Saturday, and he would be there exactly there at 8:45 sipping coffee, and he would be always enthusiastic in asking questions, and we would actually sneak from the back door to avoid his glance. And he had always preferred laboratory to laurels. Such is his humble nature, and when I actually called him to visit us and launch our MIRM newsletter, and with just one phone call, despite being such a busy personality, he agreed to grace the occasion and inspire all of us with his speech. Welcome, sir. So when we are talking about science and relevance, innovation, science which doesn't have a social impact has only minimal reach. And in this context, I would like to introduce Professor Sanjeev Jain. As today we speak about bench to bedside. Okay, we all talk about bench to bedside. But there are very few clinicians who talk about bedside to bench, recognizing the lacunae in scientific research, in clinical research. And Professor Sanjeev Jain is one of those few clinicians who have been able to balance clinical practice and scientific research. And he has been a champion for the cause of mental health in India. And he has been a member of the committee in drafting the mental health policy document by the Indian government. As we say, we need to have good leaders. We need to have good leadership if we want good policies to be made, if we want good science to be encouraged, if we want organizations to grow. On this note, I would like to welcome Professor Madhu Veeraraghavan. He journey is no less inspirational in leadership circles specifically. He is a very enthusiastic academician, teacher, and researcher. And all of us know to what stature he has raised TAPME. It is one of the best business schools globally under his leadership. And what is more inspiring to me is the fact that despite his busy schedule, whenever I will ask him for an appointment, he would say that I don't have time because I have to take a class in Manipal and I have to take a class in MAHE, Bangalore. So he always, his famous phrase is, we have to catch them young, Jyoti. We have to catch them young if we want to build talent. And he has been a very, very enthusiastic teacher, apart from being a very aspirational leader. So in recognition of his talent in academics, he has been awarded the Preetham Singh Best Teacher Award by the Government of India. He has been always, always supportive of MIRM since the time I have taken position. Last but not the least, I would like to mention our dear Deputy Registrar, Professor Raghavendra Prabhu. He has always been a phone call away to address any of our problems. Even the Science Day would not have been possible without the support and cooperation by our Deputy Registrar. Even yesterday, he was attending calls at 8 o'clock in the night. And he has always been a phone call away. And he has been very, very supportive of all our endeavors at MIRM. So, life has come full circle. When we talk about our visionaries, we also need to talk about our youngsters who are starting their career in research. And in that note, we have invited Dr. Kushagra Bansal, who is an intermediate Wellcome Trust Fellow, who will be talking about his research on T-cell development, and Dr. Shweta Chakravarti, whom we will be hosting as an Indian Aliens Fellow at MIRM MAHE, Bangalore. Welcome, all of you, sir. On this note, I would request the dignitaries to come on stage and launch our newsletter. We will start with the lighting of the lamp as per our Indian tradition.
Education is the flame that ignites our intellect. Today, let us embark on this journey of celebrating our National Science Day by lighting the lamp. I request all dignitaries to unveil this occasion with lighting the lamp.
With this, may I now call upon Professor Madhu V. Raghavan, our Pro Vice Chancellor, MAHE Bengaluru campus, to say his few words for this day.
Good morning, everybody. Professor Padmanaban, Padma Shree and Padma Bhushan Awardee, my colleagues on the dais, Jyoti Prasanna, the Dean of MIRM, and all of you have come from different schools, but largely, I guess, it's the MIRM crowd, which is wonderful to see. So thank you very much for inviting me. I mostly agree with what Jyoti says about me. It is quite a busy life, and I've been able to find time for MIRM most often than not. So I thought I'll say a few quick things about the topic, which is Viksit, Indigenous technology of Viksit Bharat. So it's quite interesting. We are at the first quarter of the sort of 21st century. We also have about another quarter century to meet our developed India or Viksit Bharat goals. For almost 75 years, our constitution has been the only people's charter in the world that casts the duty of developing the scientific temper, humanism, and the spirit of inquiry, the mind of inquiry, and the reforms on Indian citizens. And I'm speaking about Article 51AH. Let's examine the aforesaid bits of information through a discussion theme. Our focus of discussion today is the state of indigenous technology in creating and establishing Viksit Bharat. If indigenous can mean ancient, medieval, and modern technology developed in Bharat, what are we really laying claim to? Is there a linkage between the level of economic growth, and I should confess I'm a trained financial economist, and the availability of its benefits and the level of indigenous technology employed to drive their growth? I would theorize, yes. Let's understand this period by period. We all know that ancient India was a world leader in the following technologies of the world: metallurgy, shipbuilding, agriculture, dairying, textiles, space and astronomy, architecture as well. It is just an indicative that India was also home to the best universities and spiritual centers. Since the most used technologies were also the ones all developed indigenously, it should be no wonder that India held more than a quarter of the world's trade. The medieval period is characterized by India's colonization, first by the West Asians and then by the Europeans. Predictably, the period is marked by a stupendous fall into India's fortunes. No new technological development took place in that time period. People were miserable, poor, and victims of violence in their millions. Then with our independence, we embarked on a fresh round of development, a new prayas, if you like, of Vikas. We imported, some of these words would look to you like the Prime Minister Modi's stuff. I am a great fan of the Prime Minister also, and the stuff that the government of India is doing. So we imported technology. We were given gifts of it. The effort was to take the quickest route to freedom from hunger and poverty. Did we progress? Well, yes. Fast enough? No. When there are reasons that give us the confidence to say that we will achieve in the next 25 years, we could not achieve in the past 75 years. The first reason, among many, is that there has been a tremendous surge in indigenous technology or in the improvisation of our tech. Innovation too has its peak. Unpredictably, in the last decade, we have India coming up from somewhere deep down to becoming the 5th largest economy. The key is not just technology, but indigenous technology that serves the economy best by undertaking the cultural underpinnings best. We are not done. We are not alone. Look at what local tech did to America in the 18th century, or England in the 17th, or China in the 20th. If we really are to be recognized as developed by the centenary of our independence, we definitely will have to look inward for tech solutions, innovate on new methods of play, old pictures, improvise a stroke play to defy expectations every time we are considered ordinary in this beautiful world. The next 25 will have many challenges thrown at us. For 75 years, we learned and excelled at how to manage shortage, deficiency, and failure. The next 25, we shall have to manage plenty, abundance, and successes. That is a new paradigm entirely. Look at America, look at Europe, and look at China today. We should learn from their mistakes and design our growth, that is both material, intellectual, and spiritual, the development that comes with it, and the challenges of success. The second challenge will be to retain our cultural roots in all walks of life. This is the essential one to how the Japanese went growing from their darkest days in history. We also need to slowly shift gears along the parameter of efficiency evaluation. For example, in agriculture, we have to move the bar from eliminating hunger to supplying nutrition to health through the right food. In manufacturing, the focus has to shift to excellence. In services, the main work will be in extreme customization. And there you are. I can already hear India revving up. Soon there will be a sound of the rubber meeting the road, rubber meeting the tarmac, and we may have the Grand Prix soon enough. Thank you very much for allowing me to share my perspectives with you, and wonderful event today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful presentation. We are grateful for you to share your valuable insights with the young minds today. May I request you and Dr. Jyoti to please come up to the front. As a token of appreciation from MAHEBLR'U, kindly accept the sapling.
Now I call upon our Deputy Registrar, Dr. Raghavendra Prabhu, to address the gathering.
So good morning, everyone. The chief guest of today's function, Padma Shree and Padma Bhushan Awardee, Professor G. Padmanaban, beloved Pro Vice Chancellor, MAHE Bengaluru campus, Professor Madhuvir Raghavan, Professor Jyoti, Professor Jain, other invitees, faculty members, and my dear students. It is my privilege to be a part of the National Science Day celebration organized by MAHEBLR'U, and also to be a part of the releasing of the inaugural issue of MAHEBLR'U newsletter. So MAHE has been celebrating this National Science Day every year to show our dignity and respect to the famous Indian physicist Sir C.V. Raman for his contribution to the field of science and to inculcate the scientific spirit of science among the students. From the time the first wheel started rolling, the world has progressed in leaps and bounds. When the wheel gathered momentum and speed with the arrival of the combustion engine, a new era had dawned in human history. Soon, it was man's turn to fly. Travel became faster, and with the arrival of telephones, television, computers, and mobile phones, the world shrank to a global village. With the arrival of the internet and a variety of software applications, most routine activities like shopping and banking are now at our fingertips. Interestingly, the advancement in science and technology has both enhancing and limiting experience on human lives. On one hand, we have witnessed remarkable possibilities in medical sciences. Use of robots, artificial intelligence, and digital technologies have revolutionized the approach to health and social welfare. However, the developments also have led to negative impacts in diverse ways. Instead of physical activity, which can help reduce stress, modern gadgets and equipment have driven us to move a sedentary lifestyle and resulted in problems associated with this. Certainly, humanity has benefited much from science, and we owe much to the sacrificial contribution of scientists and researchers worldwide. At the same time, it is also true that science can be used for destructive purposes if not used in the right spirit and direction. It is important to recognize even the little aspects of science in everyday life need a careful re-examination. The use of plastic, for instance, may be seemingly insignificant but could be disastrous for all in future. At the very personal level, even the use of social media needs careful reflection and sensitivity. Science can be a great instrument in peace and development. At the same time, the hope that science will create heaven on earth is largely dependent on the way we embrace science. In the hands of the wrong people or a bad decision by a person in leadership, science might script the final showdown of man's history on earth someday. The celebration of National Science Day is aimed at allowing younger generations to appreciate the spirit of science for the better of humanity. It is also encourage them to display their activities, efforts, and achievements in the field of science and human welfare. You, as the future of humanity, cannot be reckless in your approach to science and technology. You are better equipped to handle science for humanity than your previous generation with access to information and exposure to technology at a very early age. All I urge you to do is to be mature in the way you make use of this knowledge, appreciate the science around you, respect its value, and use it responsibly to make a better world. As highlighted by the Prime Minister of India, our youth needs to wholeheartedly participate in this exciting prospect of exploring science for future. A fourfold integrated approach in science and technology for a sustainable future will help India to play a leading role in the global arena. It is time to sustain the spirit, and the National Science Day will be the occasion to take a pledge for this and work with the integrated approach henceforth for sustaining livelihoods, sustaining human life, and for India to emerge as a leader in science. I wish you all the best to enhance your scientific zeal. We hope that you will be some of the brightest minds of Indian science in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhu, for your inspiring insights into the good and bad of science. I request Dr. Jyoti to felicitate our Deputy Registrar.
Now comes the time to unveil the first issue of the MAHE newsletter, Rejuven, which has been the result of toil and hard work of our young researchers at Manipal Institute of Regenerative Medicine. It actually talks about what we have been doing, especially in the last one whole year, and what our areas of interest, our experience, our innovations, thoughts of our students, and of course, a student's corner specifically made for each of us to be more involved and engaged into it. May I please request the dignitaries to unveil the newsletter.
Let us take a moment to recognize and be proud of our meritorious students by acknowledging their efforts in their studies and make this academic year a great success. I call upon Dr. Padmanaban to present the prizes to the toppers of the year 2023. The first place was bagged by Ms. Inchara Manavalli. The second place was bagged by Miss Loshini. Thank you, sir.
May I now request our dignitaries to please take your seats with the audience. Professor Padmanaban can remain here. Our next speaker needs no introduction. Professor Jyoti Prasanna has already briefly introduced the major aspects of our speaker here today. But I would like to do the honors, because the more we read about him, the more we talk about Sir, it is less, is what I feel. He has played an integral part in the growth of life sciences and biotechnology in India. And he has left an indelible mark in the field of transcriptional regulation of drug metabolizing genes, in understanding the mechanisms behind chloroquine action and the basis for its resistance in the malaria parasite, and in identifying new drug targets in this parasite. He was the first student of the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, to have become its director. He contributed significantly to the initiation of recombinant DNA research in the country. he had shown that curcumin from turmeric has tremendous potential to treat malaria as an adjunct drug, and his studies have paved the way to explain the molecular basis for action of curcumin from turmeric as a universal drug. He produced over 50 PhD students, published over 180 papers. He had projected India to become a global leader in vaccines, India-born weapons against infectious diseases. Professor Padmanaban was a visiting scientist professor at the University of Chicago for over a decade. He served the international organizations such as the WHO and ICGB as an expert member. His profile was covered in Nature Medicine in 2003, and he has been the winner of several awards and accolades both in India and overseas. He's played an integral part and continues to be an active member in research even after his formal retirement. He has mentored several generations of junior, senior scientists, and especially entrepreneurs. He chairs several technical committees for government S&T establishments. He was elected President of the National Academy of Sciences in India in 2019. He has been the Chancellor of the Central University of Tamil Nadu since 2018. He is serving as the Senior Science Innovation Advisor of BIRAC, which we all know about, the Biotechnology Research Assistance Council, Government of India, since its inception in 2012. He was awarded the UNESCO Chair in Biotechnology in 2000. He was co-chair of the COVID Vaccine Evaluation Committee of DBT as well. With this, let us join our hands to give a warm welcome to Professor G. Padmanabhan to share his journey with us and inspire our young minds with his valuable experience. Sir.
Thank you, Uttara, for the introduction, and Jyoti for earlier introduction. Professor Madhu Veeraraghavan, Pro Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor. Dr. Raghavendra Prabhu, Deputy Registrar. Professor Sanjeev Jain, known him for decades. Dr. Jyoti, all other, I hope I might have missed some people, but it's indeed a great honor and pleasure for me to have been invited to participate in the National Science Day here. So I'll make some brief comments. Lot of has been said about Professor Raman. I have met him as a student because to later part of his life, he was in the Raman Institute and IISc campus is pretty close. So he used to come during the day. I never understood. He will pluck a leaf and look at the sun through the leaf. I never understood. Probably he was looking at some spectra. I do not know, but that's what he will do. Then he came to our department and asked my guru, Professor P.S. Sharma, Padubudiri Subbaraya Sharma, a great nutritionist who worked with LVM in Wisconsin, and I want chlorophyll. If you couldn't place chlorophyll, then he said, this fellow will bring it to you. So I took the bottle of chlorophyll later and went to Raman Institute. And everybody said, you can't disturb him, this, that, and so scared to get into his room to give this bottle of chlorophyll to Raman. And he was very nice. And he was talking to me and what am I doing and things like that. Anyway, that was my very brief experience with Professor Raman. as Jyoti said, he was a phenomenal commitment to science. I don't know whether you ever read the biography written by his wife or her name. Even, when he was married and even taking food, apparently he will not know what he was eating. He will be reading something all the time. That's what she used to say, like. And that you have heard this story when Raman saw her, those days you see the girl before you marry and things like that, and he saw. And she's supposed to have I practice Carnatic music, and she's supposed to have sung this song, MAHEBLR'U Raman. So, that is the, nobody can equal you like that. It's just for Lord Ram, but please, Raman, she probably said that. What I wanted to briefly share with you is a little bit on digital health or digital health care. That's, being talked about substantially these days. And what is digital health care? What is the digital? First of all, I didn't know what is the digital about it. Then I realized it is personalized medicine and precision medicine. That stands for digital health care. And then the components of the digital health care, it starts with artificial intelligence. Application of artificial intelligence to healthcare. Just give you an example, what artificial intelligence can do. I actually work with malaria parasite. Just give you one small example. If you have a field, when the parasite infects, let's say there is one parasite inside a RBC, red blood cell, and you make a slide, and you want to identify whether a parasite is there in the red blood cell. It will take 20 to 40 minutes for a trained technician to identify an RBC with a parasite. And apparently AI will do hundreds in a few seconds. How is it possible? Because you develop an algorithm in AI, but it is based on what we call as big data. You should have data on parasite presence in RBC, maybe hundreds and thousands of such data, and that ultimately is developed into an algorithm. So what the component is, big data analysis becomes a very huge task. That big data is necessary, what we call as machine learning, etc., whatever, that's what it does. It's basically statistical. AI is basically statistical. If you have hundreds of data on identification, say, of the parasite in a red cell, and then it becomes an algorithm, and then you apply it, and then in a few seconds you screen slides. So, what is it that digital healthcare, apart from AI, can do is big data analysis. As scientists, big data analysis for us means genome analysis. You all know the human genome consists of 3 billion base pairs, and we can sequence the entire DNA. Now, although we have the sequence, we still do not have knowledge. Say somebody, there is a, what is that? 1 in 1,000 base, our base is different. When you have nucleotide sequences, 4 bases are there in ATGC. 1 in 1,000 approximately is different from all of us, because all our DNAs are identical, 99.8%, whatever it is. Then why are we different? We are all different because there is one base that is changing in 100,000 bases. And expression. Although we may have all the same 25,000 genes, let us say, you don't express the same way hemoglobin is expressed is less for somebody. Somebody has beta thalassemia. Somebody has got other kind of hematological disorders, let's say. The genes are there, let's say, that's not expressed. That's where the environment plays a role. Or the gene itself is mutated. That's where the issue comes. That's why you have issues. Despite our being all of us identical DNA, we have genetic disorders where you have mutations in specific genes. What I am talking about, even why normal individuals look different. All our DNAs are so identical, and why are we all different? That, if you look at the gene, genome, that is, I said 1 in 1,000 bases different, our expression is different, and that is where it's not only the genome, it's the environment. If the gene expression is same for all of us, no. We do not, I think approximately we have 25,000 genes in the body expressing various proteins. And all of us do not express to the same level. It all is different. That's why people say nutrition is important. Why nutrition is important? Maybe a vitamin is required for expression of some gene. There are lots of such components are required for expression of gene to the product. Gene is only the base. Ultimately, you see the player is a protein. The gene, as you all know, this is very basic. RNA has to form, RNA has to give protein. And all of us are different. That's why you talk about this concept of biomarkers. What are these biomarkers which characterize somebody is susceptible to tuberculosis? All of us are exposed to this bug, mycobacterium. We don't get TB. So there is a certain percentage, I remember, 10%, 3%, whatever, are susceptible to that disease. That's where, not only the genome, it's the environment in the body, in the cell, that becomes very important. So that is where you have the big data when you sequence the entire genome, and that becomes a very important aspect today. People keep asking, do we have sequence data of patients? When you say patients, what patients? What kind of patients? We have all kinds of patients. Still in India, we don't have genome sequence of patients. When I was chairing BIRAC at Jyoti or Uttara was telling, we started a project for sequencing 10,000 human genes. Normal humans, 10,000. And people said, what is this 10,000? We have a 3 billion population. 120 crore, 140 crore population, and we are sequencing 10,000. And the argument was we have to start somewhere. I heard recently that the data from 10,000 individuals is now available. Because now when you do sequencing, population, Indian populations, the diversity is so high. Mega diversity, we have diverse backgrounds of people, tribals, ways of living are different. So sequencing is one important component, that is where the big data is generated. And people ask, do you have big data for patients? We talk about big data in the other context, but what we really need is probably big data. So these are all forming part of digital health. forming part of the digital health. Then you have this component of smart machine. And what is a smart machine? I was, wondering, a smart machine. Somebody wears a T-shirt with 2 electrodes and measuring his ECG throughout the day, 24/7. That's a smart machine. I'm just giving you an example. So that is again forming part of the digital health. So, it's AI application, it is big data analysis, it is a smart machine, telemedicine, again forms part of the digital health. And we all know what the application of telemedicine. You have long distance, the remote areas. Of course, we often get projects in Bharat and we ask them, what will you do? No, we will take it to the villages. We are very sure it's never taken to the village. Actually, they will claim that to get the grant or whatever, but it's very important to take it to the villages. Telemedicine, can we do real-time diagnosis, real-time therapy? That's the objective of telemedicine. In a remote village setting, is it possible to do? I don't know. I'm not very familiar whether it's really taken at that level in this country. But this is objective of all of this one. Why I'm saying all this? These are all forming part of the so-called digital health. And the last item that comes important in digital health is personalized medicine. Personalized medicine and your regenerative medicine is forming part of the personalized medicine. So you have cell therapy. You are taking the cell from the patient. It may be a skin cell, it may be a cancer cell, but it is taken from the patient. Isolate the T cell and convert it or introduce a gene if you want with, nowadays it has become much easier with gene editing. Earlier we had to clone and then introduce the gene. With now gene editing, the modifications are tremendous possibilities are there. And multiply these cells and put it back into the patient. This is the concept, So that is where you have, what is that? CAR T cell therapy. I'm sure I'm taking coal to Newcastle. You must be knowing all this already. So CAR T cells, chimeric antigen receptor for cancer therapy. These are T cells, let's say, which are expressing an antigen which can identify a cancer receptor, home in maybe with an antibody, and then kill those cells. I don't know CAR T cell therapy is practiced in India in the clinical level. Side effects. So it's important to design and make CAR T cells. So therefore, this thing from IIT Mumbai, a startup company making it became a big news. I don't know whether you have seen. It came just only 10 days ago, probably it was, or 2 weeks ago, announced that India has its first CAR T cell and we have made it and all that kind of thing. And the last point I want to make is stem cell. Regenerative medicine, stem cell becomes a very important component. Now, it's still, I feel most of it is in the clinical trial. The one that is actually in use probably is in hematopoietic disorders, bone marrow transplantation, which we know already. That's being regularly, from Willower if you go, Christian Medical College, you will see being bone marrow transplantation is being done. But claims like, it can cure chronic kidney disease, it can cure liver disease, it can lung, I think still we are not there so far as stem cell is concerned. But there is a hope. there are clinical trials going on all over, and perhaps it will become a reality. Ultimately, it has to become a clinical practice. Maybe some of them are in clinical trials. I do not know. Sanjeev may know, but I do not know. But that the potency of cell therapy in particular, and stem cell therapy or CAR T cell therapy is enormous actually, compared to classical drugs, which of course they have also received, probably are forming part of this digital health because it has now become nano form. Nano delivery of drugs, that is where things are moving into application actually. But cell therapy has become a very important component and probably much more personalized, obviously it's personalized, because you take it from the patient and put it back from the patient. So I feel, in my opinion, the students are all very fortunate to come into a program on regenerative medicine. That's very, very, the subject is not that well understood, and to have a department or a group which talks about regenerative medicine and cell therapy, these are all have an exciting future, in my opinion. That's where, and they should become a clinical practice eventually. That's very important. Clinical trials have to be done. In Bharat, I used to chair, and startups will come. And they are not clinical people. They are all engineers who will be developing all this. And then we have this, we have that. Then we will ask, do you have a validation? What validation? We have a fine machine. Then we have to tell them, no, you need to have a clinical validation. And then they will flash in advisors, big names of advisors, and they may be advising hundreds of them. They have to be part of your project, if you have to really succeed, actually. So, but all that I'm happy to tell you that there are a lot of startups in these areas who are prepared to, groups. Now they understand. If you are an engineering background, you bring in biologists, you bring in clinicians, and form a group. And that group would develop these projects, these products. And one of them will know how to go about clinical trial. There is, preclinical trial has to be done, phase 1 trial has to be done, phase 2 trial has to be done, phase 3 trial has to be done. I will not bore you with all this, you should find out if you don't know what is phase 1, what is phase 2, what is phase 3. So there are every molecule, whether it is a drug or whether it is cell therapy, has to go through all these processes. Finally, Drug Controller General of India will give you approval to take this product. That's where, so what I congratulate you for getting into this program, which is very exciting, futuristic. Your goal must be, maybe you will start a company. I do not know what you will do. I do still think, challenge, why don't you start a company? I mean, that I do see a small trend. At IISc, I know before they submit the thesis, they're all ready to go abroad. So probably things are slightly switching. They are also thinking of other options, forming a group and starting a startup company, because the government is coming with support systems to startups. Whatever you do, it's up to you what you want. But getting abroad and going abroad and learning is important. But learn everything, come back to this country. That's very, very important. This is the soil which has nurtured you, which has, despite all poverty, despite all our problems, you are all fortunate to have come to this level, to be studying regenerative medicine or, that kind of thing. That's very, very fortunate. So you have to give back to the society. That's very, very important. And don't forget, of course, there are a lot of people who go abroad, settle there, and then start advising us what you should be doing. And that's okay. NRI advice is always superior to local fellows, whatever. That's the tendency, but I can't, pontificate, you do this, you do that. It's up to you. You decide what you want. So let me end my talk blessing you, and I'm 86, so I hope I can still do it. All the very best to you, and then many more science days celebrate, and tomorrow maybe there is a Raman in you, there is a C.V. Raman in you, I do not know, there will be. But very, very important to contribute in the area of your choice for the welfare of the society. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful extempo lecture and taking a class for all of us. I actually felt like sitting in a class, as usual, in awe of your lecture and listening to each and every word that you were actually telling our students to enthuse them, right from your experience from C.V. Raman up to the encouragement to our students to have their own startups and begin as entrepreneurs, moving ahead towards having their own startups in biotechnology. I think this is a very big challenge which Sir has posed to all of you, which you must accept at some point in your life and career. With this, I would like to request Dr. Jyoti Prasanna to please come up on stage. A small token of appreciation from MRM, sir. Now let's take a quick break for coffee. When we return, we will hear from our second speaker of the day. There are posters which are displayed already outside, made by our students, scholars from different labs in MIRM. While you sip your coffee, please take a look at the poster boards and enjoy your coffee, but please be back in 15 minutes for the next talk of the day. Thank you.
Let us begin our post-tea scientific talk sessions by greeting Professor Sanjeev Jain for a talk. To introduce Dr. Sanjeev Jain, Sir is presently an Emeritus Professor of Psychiatry at Department of Psychiatry, NIMHANS, Bangalore, and an adjunct faculty at National Center for Biological Sciences, Bangalore. He obtained his bachelor's in medicine in 1980 from Delhi University and his MD in psychiatry from NIMHANS, Bangalore. Served as staff tenure faculty at Department of Psychiatry, NIMHANS, including as head of department and dean, Behavioral Sciences from 1986 to 2022, and as Emeritus Professor till 2023.
Enough for social reasons and sometimes scientific reasons. The first time I'm coming to this campus. And we heard about C.V. Raman and his curiosity for science and why we celebrate Science Day. But C.V. Raman was only following in the steps of Newton. And the greatest problem that we have in the world of science or knowledge is actually not why the sky is blue or why the colors are blue, but why do people go mad? That is by far a bigger problem. We do not understand anything at all about the human brain and how it works and how it thinks and how it creates everything that we talk about. And we can go to the edge of the universe and we can peer into all kinds of things inside a cell, but we still do not know why people go mad. And this is a problem which vexed Newton himself, because Newton had a prolonged episode of mental illness when in his 40s, probably following his rather risky stock, his accidental stock market fluctuations. He lost a lot of his money. He became very paranoid about Robert Hooke, who invented the microscope, and he ordered that every image of Robert Hooke be withdrawn and destroyed. So unknown among the scientists, we have no portrait of Robert Hooke in the history of science, because he ordered every image of Robert Hooke to be destroyed. He was so paranoid about Hooke. So he was quite eccentric and probably mentally ill, and he was Isaac Newton. So the fact that, and so this, now that we have all these synaptic vesicles, growth of axons, everything that you do in your institute, we can study everything. We still don't know what to do. And since we started with C.V. Raman, it's always time to look at the Solvay Conference. I presume all those who are interested in science will know about the Solvay Conference, the biggest single collection of people who ultimately went on to win the Nobel Prize. 17 people in this had the Nobel Prize, and 7 of them were either mentally ill themselves or had a sibling or a child with mental illness. So the genetic loading for mental illness occurred in about 40% of all those who got the Nobel Prize at this meeting. Okay? I'm not saying that's true of all Nobel Prize winners in general, but at least for quantum physics, that's the rule rather exception. After all, who knows what a quark is? Who knows what a meson is? Who knows what the charm of electron is? Right-handed, left-handed, colors. These are all imaginary concepts, delusional concepts. You can't see them. You can only deduce them. And imagination is always prone to play tricks, as we see in schizophrenia all the time. Their imagination is playing tricks. So perhaps everybody's imagination is playing tricks, and we believe this seminar exists. It could just be in our imagination. So all these problems exist. So all these people who are marked in red have had a brush with mental illness, as has Spike Milligan, the famous author, India-born author, who had bipolar disease. He's the president of the British Bipolar Disorder Association, and this is his famous statement: "Blessed are the cracked because they let in the light." And it's very, very important to remember that. So NIMHANS as an institute started right at the top of India, in the middle of the top of India, which is in Bangalore. Which is about 150 years old as an institution and about 75 years old as an institute. And right from the time it's been recorded, we know that illnesses segregate in families, and which is true. I mean, we all know in our family, people have hypertension, they have diabetes, they have crooked noses, they have straight hair. So everything runs in families. And how to establish what runs in families is the issue. This can affect the course and outcome. Again, we know that sometimes sons become bald at the same age as their fathers. They have the same receding hairline, exactly the same age. So why does this, or some of them don't go bald? So what is the difference in course and outcome, and how does it correlate? All the drugs that we use in psychiatry were developed sometime in the 50s, soon after India became independent, and we created NIMHANS on the April Fool's Day. So the invention of drugs, April Fool's Day, NIMHANS all somehow got together, but we haven't progressed much. We still have not got any new drugs because we don't understand. All these drugs were invented by accident or by using older drugs from traditional medicine. Reserpine was a traditional drug, and so there are no scientifically driven new drugs in neuropsychiatry at all. There is nothing like a custom-made mRNA vaccine. There is no custom-made antibiotic. There is no custom-made anti-cancer cell. We have no scientifically derived drugs for brain disease at this point in time. So that is a big challenge. Now, simplest way to understand the genetics of this is relative risk of siblings. If somebody has a person with mental illness, how likely is it that the child or brother will have a similar illness, and it climbs. So asthma and hypertension, if you have a relative with hypertension, you're twice as likely. Schizophrenia, it's 10 times as likely. For multiple sclerosis, it is 20 times as likely. And if you have a known genetic disorder like Huntington disease, it is thousands of times more likely than random that you would get the disease. So all these diseases like nicotine dependence, cancer, major depression, alcoholism, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, autism spectrum disorders have a low prevalence but high heritability. On the other hand, there are known environmental factors. So the same equation can be derived. If your parent is a scientist, how likely are you to become a scientist? If your parent is a doctor, how likely you are to become a doctor? Turns out the risk of being a doctor in a family history way is about 10 times higher than that of schizophrenia. So if you have a family, if you have a parental history or a sibling who's a doctor, you're 20 times more likely to become a doctor. So technically, you might as well look for the genetics of being a doctor rather than being of schizophrenia. So how did all this start? This started, of course, with the discoveries of Mendel and Fisher and all the people in the early 20th century who understood the laws of genetics and did all these family studies to look at extensive family studies. This itself happened because the German Empire had developed social medicine and records could be kept. So the entire family records could be kept in one register. This one's grandfather was mentally ill in that hospital, and this one's grandchild is here. So you had this idea in the German Empire and how mental illness is being transmitted. So the German Empire was the first to do all this. Emil Kraepelin and Ernest Rudin. And because of our faulty understanding of genetics, driven mainly by people like Fisher and Pearson, you could derive probabilities. And the basis of those probabilities, you could discover what mental illness was. The crux came in the mid-40s when Schrödinger wrote his famous book, What is Life? I presume many of you would have read it because he gave the code for the DNA. Oh, he theorized the presence of a code for DNA. But in the second part of his essay, he also grappled with the problem of consciousness. If life as a material process has a code, does consciousness have a code? Does your thinking have a code? How is it that thoughts get transmitted from one generation to the other? And what is the nature of that was still left? Because for life, he said it would be simple. It's a biological process. There'll be a code. But so does the mind have matter? And why should it matter? Became an essential issue with Schrödinger towards the end of his essay. And he couldn't really answer that except by quoting Bhagavad Gita and various other philosophical paradigms. But within the next decade, you discovered the DNA code and you discovered all the neurotransmitters with the work of Eccles, Katz, Euler, and you could now combine genomics with proteomics and synaptomics and et cetera, et cetera. So now you could combine genetics and neurobiology, something which was not possible a generation ago. And this is the kind of stuff that you get. So the outcome, so genetic studies in schizophrenia, psychiatry in general is around 87,000, diabetes is much less, and cancer, of course, you get more than 7 lakh studies. For the simple reason that you can biopsy a cancer easily. You can do FNSE, you can study it. You cannot do a biopsy of the brain, not while they're living, and after that it becomes an autopsy. So you cannot really study the brain in action or in disease, and therefore we have very limited ways of doing this. So how do we start this? We start with routine epidemiology. How does a disease occur? How does it run in families? And you collect all the data. And like Professor Padmanabhan pointed out, ever since the genomic organization is known, you can add all the 3 billion base pairs into this equation. Does any of this inheritance affect the prevalence of disease? And then you keep on identifying genetic variants. You can start with the variance analysis, or you can start with phenotype analysis. Patients who have a particular kind of disease, how much variation do they have within them? People who have variants, how likely are they to fall ill? You can do it either ways, but you need lots and lots of data. You need data from normal populations, you need data from ill populations, you need to study them over time, and ultimately you'll be able to decide phenotype A, B, C, D, etc., etc. Now, all of us, as Professor Padmanabhan pointed out, look different, although our genomics is quite identical. Even more critically, do we think differently? Or no matter how much we look different, we actually think the same way. What do you think? Does everybody have a unique way of thinking, or does everybody think approximately the same way? At least after your MSc, when you're indoctrinated to think only in a particular way to pass your exam. Anyway, so it turns out that the human variation in thinking is actually much less than physical variability. All of us use the same things of anxiety, depression, logic, illogic. So the ways of thinking are actually much more constrained than our outer appearances. And that provides you some hope that you can answer these problems. So these phenotypes may actually be much less than your physical phenotypes, which is why it's easier to get a genetic marker for height than it is for intelligence, because it is much more difficult. So why are we interested in this? Because of all the things that we do know about genetic causes of disease over the last 10 or 20 years, complex neurological disorders, movement disorders, autism, seizures, and neuromuscular disorders are by far the largest chunk. We are discovering more and more genetic mechanism of these, but we have no biological understanding, or very poor biological understanding on how the genotype to phenotype actually occurs, which is much less for errors of metabolism like the amino acid ureas, where you know reasonably well how it occurs. So what you see in the clinic is this whole transition. You take the value, you see a patient, you ask for a whole exome sequencing, you try to analyze the results, you do some kind of protein modeling, functional studies, and this is an iterative process which goes on, and you try to figure out what happens. Now, at the end of it, we decided at NIMHANS, in collaboration with other colleagues, whose all those names I mentioned in the first slide, people basically at this end of town, the Indian Institute of Science, the JNC, and the NCBS, that ultimately all the diseases that we talk about should be reimagined as a continuum. All of them have forgetfulness, impaired judgment, disorientation, confusion, or depression, apathy, and psychosis. But the direct causes may differ between a highly genetic disorder like Huntington disease or a dementia or a psychosis lying somewhere in between. So that at some point, they all cause brain atrophy. At some point, they all have protein aggregation. At some point, they will all have known genes. And at some point, we will start understanding the cellular pathways. But there is nothing clinically distinct about these syndromes. There are overlapping kinds of biology, and that can be understood. So the lab developed an interest in all these kinds of disorders. So we now have several hundred, in some cases several thousand patients' DNA stored. The large number of sequencing data that was mentioned earlier, so that for frontotemporal dementia, we have a couple of hundred patients. Parkinson's disease, probably the same amount. Psychosis, more than 3,000 or 4,000 patients. Alzheimer's disease, about 2,000 patients. Ataxia, the Huntington disease, because these are rare disorders, about 400 Huntington disease and about 900 ataxia patients. So these kinds of DNA sequencing has given rise to a lot of insights into this. So to run you through some of these very quickly. Now, Huntington disease, as some of you already know, many of you are working on Huntington disease, is a progressive neurological disorder, starts in the 30s and 40s, causes progressive impairment of movement, chorea, dementia, and psychosis. Like all genetic disorders, it is accompanied by a triplet repeat expansion. It is characterized by triplet repeat expansion, but like any genetic structure, has a haplotype which you can identify around the gene. Turns out that the haplotype of the Huntington disease from Karnataka is somehow different from the haplotype in Delhi or Calcutta. The haplotypes that we get are somewhat different, and that simply occurs, we feel, because unlike the rest of India, which gave in without a fight, the Kingdom of Mysore gave a 50-year fight to the British. For 50 years they were fighting here, and fighting always involves a lot of people living here. So the people who were living here were from Scotland and from Wales and from western part of England, which has the world's highest rate of Huntington's disease. And they stayed there for 40 years, 40 to 50 years before they won the war, and after that they stayed for another 150 years. So there have been people with a high prevalence of HD living here, and that's why the haplotype of HD here is completely European, whereas the ones in the north of India show a gradual gradient to Europe. Now this becomes important because Huntington disease all over the world has spread with the English-speaking world. So wherever the Europeans went, the bright red, North America, Canada, Australia, Tasmania, New Zealand, they all derived from Northern Europe. And the other places where they went, that is pink, South Africa, Kenya, and pink of India, have slightly higher rates. Where the English-speaking world did not go, has very low rates of Huntington disease, except for China, which has a different mutation. So the haplotypes are different, the mutation probably arose completely independently, and therefore you get this peculiar mixture of the genetic history of the world itself by looking at the different haplotypes around the Huntington disease. Why is this important? Because ultimately, if you have allele-specific silencing of the Huntington gene, you will need to understand the population against which you will have to design the interfering RNA. Unless you know the haplotype, you can't actually do that. So it's very, very important that we understand what the genetic structure of the gene is. And as of now, we understand that at least in southern India, there is a considerable mixture of both the Chinese HD mutation and the European HD mutation. The eastern side of India obviously has lots of admixture with the Far East, and the western side of India and the southern tip of India have lots of admixture with the Europeans because of sea travel and land travel. So the mutations have intermixed over these last several thousand years, and therefore you get all these complex things even in a known Mendelian disorder. So it's not, even the presence of a single gene can hide enormous amount of complexity. There are other such diseases also, like something called the Machado-Joseph disease. Machado, as many of you are from, I presume some of you are from Manipal and Bangalore, so you get, Machado is a fairly common name on the western coast of India because of its Portuguese heritage. And you also get the highest concentration in India of the Machado-Joseph disease, which starts out in Portugal, spreads along with the Portuguese Navy to various corners of the world. In India, it is typically seen in areas which had high amount of Portuguese influence. In India, around Dharwad, North Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, etc., etc. So again, showing that genetic admixtures may influence the disease semiology. Why is this important? Because in non-white people who get SCA3 mutations, the presentation is often like Parkinson's disease or often with cognitive defects rather than just ataxia. So the background of the population and the presence of a highly penetrant mutation interact in different ways to produce the final phenotype. Obviously, the other ways to understand all this is by classical genetics, is by using linkage analysis, and this is work done with Anuranjan Anand at the JNC. So we found, rather we were lucky to be approached by a person from Tamil Nadu who was reasonably satisfied with our care. And he introduced us to his family, which had 40 people with mental illness, in his own cousins, etc., etc. So we collected this very large family, which is all interrelated. About 25 of them consented to give DNA. And we did the very elaborate linkage analysis involving the classical linkage analysis and then whole exome sequencing of the regions that gave us a lot score. And we came upon two regions, two genes, which harbored rare variants in these two genes, which we think explain for the occurrence of this disorder. The issue is that although our current models for psychiatric illness rely on some kind of network biology, neurotransmitter imbalance, these genes end up being cytoskeletal genes. And we have no current way of understanding how structural genes inside the cell translate into functional disconnectivity of the brain. And for that, we need stem cell models, we need cell models. So now the idea is to because we have cell lines from these, to be able to grow these back into neurons and see what actually went wrong or what is going wrong in these people. So taking this idea further, we started doing whole exome analysis, because at NIMHANS, like I mentioned in the beginning, because it's been around for so long, we get members from across generations. So many such families, for example, in the family B, the father had been seen here in the 70s, and all 6 children became ill one by one, and all of them have files at NIMHANS. So we could collect all this information. There's a 3-generation family with epilepsy, dementia, mental illness occurring in the same family. So there's a whole collection of illnesses which occurs. And from the first 8 families with whole exome analysis, work done by Suhas and Aditi, we could find some amount of many genes which were missense or highly dysfunctional variants. About 1/5 of them were actually implicated in Mendelian disorders, but the variant was not exactly in the position which was known, which was classified under OMEM or CLINVAR. What you see is the overlap with a large amount of ID syndromes. So you get these genes involved in degeneration of the nervous system, neurodevelopmental disorders, hypoplasia, atrophies, impaired ID, microcephaly, etc. So one of the big things in psychiatric, in neurological disease, is that the brain wired improperly. Is it a faulty wiring at onset, or is it early degeneration? So what you see is that there are variants in both ends. There are variants which could impair development itself, and there are variants which could accelerate neurodegeneration. So you have all kinds of variants occurring in these families, and some of them are more involved in synaptic biology rather than anything else. They're also overrepresented in genes that regulate the development of the head and neck. And many of you who would have studied fetal embryology will realize that the face and the head are one of the most complex developmental processes, because it requires the simultaneous and accurate coming together of all 3 layers, the mesenchymal, the ectodermal, and the endodermal. So all of them have to come together. And the anomalies in these, therefore, can give rise to anomalous cell populations, especially in the brain, which often lies at the root of both epilepsy and psychosis. And even in these extended families, we found that the large numbers of, we now extend the list to include autism and various other neurodevelopmental disorders. And again, the synaptic genes come up. As a process, you find that large number of processes come up as being involved, which again can be addressed only further by cell models. Because now we have the need to convert genotype into phenotype. So a number of processes like postsynaptic membrane function, postsynaptic organization, modulation, all these can be done very well in a cellular system. Why is this important? Because it is a Viksit Bharat kind of symposium, we must realize that, like everything else, everything began in India. We know that the world started in India and everything started in India, so did all this. This is a poster from 1954 from Bengal Chemicals. Ralphin is a standardized extract of raw Wolfia serpentina. It is the first drug in the history of mankind for the treatment of mental illness, first used in Bengal in 1931, published in local Calcutta journals and in the Indian Journal of Medical Research, and not read by anybody else in the world. Till in 1954, the New York Times covered it, and within a year, 1955, Eli Lilly had taken it over and it's marketed as Resapine, the same drug. Resapine there and Resapine here. But by 1960, all these people, Carlson, Greengard, Eccles, and Bain, had found that Resapine sedates a rabbit. The moment you give levodopa, it starts hopping around. And this is the beginning of the entire dopaminergic theory of schizophrenia, Parkinson's disease, etc., etc. So the applying science to knowledge produced 4 Nobel Prizes there, and a complete movement of drug trade from India to Eli Lilly here. So it's very, very important that we need not allow this to happen every generation, and we need to understand this better, although it may involve that our synaptic biology, which we currently use as simple up, down, up regulation, down regulation, actually involves more than 1,000 genes, which we need to understand. So what do we understand from genetic studies of psychosis till now? We know that there are neurodevelopmental genes involved. We know that many ion channel genes are involved. We know neurotransmitter genes are likely to be involved, but so are synaptic proteins, cytoskeletal dynamics, adhesion molecules, immune molecules, transcription regulation, and protein ubiquitination. So all these processes will now need to be investigated in a way that, that synthesizes the inputs from the genetic findings back into the lab. Because then it would allow you to invent drugs. All the drugs we use now are only tracking neurotransmitter pathways. These other pathways are not even addressed in any of our drugs. But now that we know these pathways are involved, or if we can study how these are involved in our lab models, then we can invent methods to correct this defect. Now this gives rise to very old concepts, because there's always been this idea that somehow human beings are getting softer in the belly and softer in the head. As we become more indolent and we become more lazy, we become more civilized, and rates of mental illness keep on increasing. Everybody has been saying this for the last several thousand years. They said the same thing when the book was invented, when the printing press was invented. Everybody's walking around reading books, they'll all go mad. Now we say that people will go mad with cell phones, but they will go mad in any case, and they'll all come to NIMHANS. But perhaps madness has an advantage. The reason why there is no epidemic of madness, unlike COVID or tuberculosis or cholera, is because madness is a constant. So all of us will be mad, only in different degrees. But it is not something that you can get rid of. It is a constant. It is constant because there is no evolutionary advantage to being sane or being insane. There is nothing. I mean, once you have had children, it makes no difference. Mental illness will start at 25 or 30, by which time, in the old days, you would already have had 3 or 4 children. So it had no selective advantage of any kind. So rates have remained constant throughout recorded history. So either there's no selection bias against disease, which is quite unlikely for infectious disease, where selection plays a huge pressure, or there's antagonistic pleiotropy, that it may actually be advantageous to have certain kinds of genes which predispose to psychiatric illness. And we find the evidence from that in many peculiar ways. Patients with Huntington disease have very low rates of cancer. Patients with dementia in general have low rates of cancer. So there is an advantage there. ApoE4 gene, which is implicated in dementia, also helps children survive. The problem of dementia does not exist, because it's only after 60 that dementia will start. So at that point of time, there may be antagonistic pleiotropy of various genes. And when we looked at our schizophrenia family's genetic makeup, we found there is significant overrepresentation of immune-related genes and infection-related genes. So these genes that predispose to risk of schizophrenia are also having some kind of resistance built in against immune disease and infectious disease. So there may be some hidden genetic message in our so-called biological history of life. Many of these details can be read in these papers, because we've been analyzing these variants for some time. Now, it's also been mentioned that India is hyper-diverse. And because of its hyper-diversity, it's very difficult to do genetic studies. As was mentioned earlier, what will a sample set of 10,000 do for 130 crore people? So, we have to start somewhere. So we did that start. So we did this principal component analysis of the first 5,000 patients that we have in terms of genetic variability. Now, all the diseases that we talk about in psychiatry or neurology are common disorders, like hypertension and diabetes. 1 to 2% of the population will develop them. So they're not Mendelian. They're not rare disorders like 1 in 4,000, 5,000. And because they're common disorders, they share a particular, we assume that it's the same the world over. So it turns out the Indian population, as is to be expected, the Indian population in circles lies closest to the Europeans and less commonly to the Japanese or the Far Eastern populations, or the Africans or the Far Eastern, which is understandable. India has got a much more open border to the west than it has to the east, which is why we are great friends with Pakistan, but not so much with China, because that's how it is. Within the Asian population, we are obviously further away from Israel and much closer to Pakistan, Cambodia, etc., as the arc beyond the Himalayas. So we are close in that continuum. Large number is closest to Pakistan. But what is interesting is that within India, the difference between Kashmir and Tamil Nadu is around the level of 1.5%, which is exactly the same difference as you'll get between Sweden and Spain. A Swedish person is as much different from a Spanish person as a Kashmiri is different from a Tamilian. So this idea that there is a hyper-diversity and we can't understand disease of a common kind because of inherent diversity perhaps needs to be cautioned against. These diseases are common diseases. They occur in all regions of the world with almost equal frequency, and there's no reason why we should get inhibited by this so-called diversity of human beings to not attempt that study in India, because it is a common problem. So this, we could find that this actually, the north-south thing, the only thing that worked was a relative north-south divide, which we know exists in terms of language, etc., but there was nobody who was either pure blue or pure red. So there's large amount of Dravidian admixture in the north, and there's a large amount of North Indian admixture in the south, much more so on the coast because of, again, historical reasons of large amount of sea trade, but it extends all the way to the east. So there is no north-south, there is a north-south incline, but it is completely manageable in terms of statistics. And the actual map looks like the map of India, of the variance of all this. Why is this important? Because so what we did as a starter, our sample sets are not large enough. So we looked at how well does a polygenic risk score for bipolar disease and OCD map onto India. And it turns out it maps almost completely, 10 raised to the power of minus 32. So now, unlike diabetes or hypertension, which we know have pronounced social causes, environmental causes, we know we eat too much sugar, we know we eat too much carbohydrate. But for mental illness, we don't know the causes. It's not as if eating too much rice will cause you schizophrenia or this or that. So it turns out that the risk for bipolar disease, as you can see in the red and green here, the green ones are the ones which are based on biological pathways, the red ones are the ones which are whole genome. They completely identify, not completely, they identify a very large proportion of the risk in the Indian population. So now we are getting somewhere. We are getting to know the genes involved, we are getting to know the pathways involved, we know that the pathways that are being implicated in other world populations are also applicable to samples in India. And now we can go forward from that. The problem is, like for many of these disorders, the genes that we are recognizing, this particular graph is for propensity to drink too much. They overlap with lots of other diseases, like cirrhosis of the liver, like heart disease, like cancer, like viral hepatitis, anemias. So it's quite likely that that behavioral disorders or the genes that underlie behavioral issues also coexist with physical issues. For example, one of the most interesting aspects of that is the genes that correlate for nicotine dependence, when expressed in the brain, cause nicotine dependence, but when expressed in the lung, cause lung cancer. The gene is exactly the same, except that in the brain, because a brain cell cannot divide, it drives the cell to generate a behavior of addiction, whereas in the lung, it drives a behavior of excessive dividing because lung cells can divide all the time, brain cells can't. So the same receptor in two different tissues has a very different biology. And that's why the issue of tissue specificity comes in. Unsurprisingly, the British carry this to ridiculous extremes because they have the UK brain bank data, UK biobank data, where they log in everybody who has done anything in their life, including going to school. So they keep, so these risk factors also correlate with opioid use, ever being arrested, conduct disorder, antisocial personality, unprotected sex, completing college, sexual promiscuity, everything gets clustered together. So you have all these factors which are driving addiction and psychiatric illnesses also correlating with these other behavioral issues. But we don't know exactly how or why this is happening. So ultimately it turns out that we may be able to identify a large number of Mendelian disease-like parameters in families who have multiple ill people with exome analysis. We may find some variants in between, and we'll find a large number of variants in the normal population. We'll explain the variability between human beings, but the link to disease is not very clear. For example, a young friend of mine developed a lung burst. It caused a pneumothorax. The lung actually burst, and the physician just said, "Oh, you're tall and thin. You shouldn't be exercising so much." So a tall, thin person who gyms too much, his lungs can literally explode. Now, to find the genetic cause for that will be a nightmare. But the doctors know that a tall, thin person, if he works out too much, the lung can literally explode inside your chest. Now, why that happens, we have no idea. So whether the genetics of the tall, thin structure changes the behavior of the lung, or the same gene is responsible for the thinness of the lung, we don't know. But these kinds of complex data can only be understood once we develop more models. The advantage is that over the last few years, we've discovered lots and lots of genes which are supposed to be causing mental illness, both at the rare end and at the GWAS end, the common variants. What's interesting is that by now, by 2022, when this slide appeared in molecular psychiatry, you also have transgenic models and now stem cell models for the same. So now you can transfer your knowledge, or you can explore things from the gene back to a whole animal fairly seamlessly. The reason why all this occurs, why this is also important, because of all these disorders, you again find that disorders of the CNS are more common, simply also for the fact that genes expressed in the brain tend to be larger than other genes. Simple fact. So genes involved in brain structure and function are generally larger, and like Parkinson's law, everything that is larger will have more breakdowns. So you get more genes. But to understand why the genes in the brain are larger and more prone to breakdown, is it only because they are mitotically conserved? Is it also because its brain is essentially a vestigial organ, so it lasts for much longer than is necessary? So therefore, it can tolerate all these kinds of errors. So to give you an example of the kind of stuff that we are talking about. So this is a particular consanguineous family which had this particular thing called Sesame syndrome, which is a syndrome of ataxia, cerebral degeneration, and diuresis. So the patient grows normally till about 7 or 8 years of age, and then they lose all their milestones, to become spastic and epileptic. And now they are bedbound. They cannot be brought to the hospital at all. They also had 2 cousins, also from nearby, all consanguineous. And the mutation that we identified is this pink one, which is unique, which is not hitherto reported. The other ones are reported in the star and the other dots. And when we did the cell model, you could see a distinct difference in the sodium channel currents between those who had the homozygous variant. So it was necessary to prove a functional readout. Why this patient did not have a kidney sign but only had the brain signs, we have no idea. So at this point in time, therefore you need to dissect out which mutations are necessary for which tissue to produce a disease. These patients did not have any kidney involvement, but they had all the other involvements. So now with a better understanding of genomics and proteomics, you are able to dissect disease syndromes much better. We haven't been able to yet, but the tools are there to do it. This is another person with a particular kind of disease called Parkinson's type 14, which is a very young onset, very severe and very progressive Parkinson's dementia complex. Initially starts with psychiatric issues. So she started missing school at 15, became slightly withdrawn, was treated with antipsychotic drugs. On scan, she had significant caudate atrophy and was very, very sensitive to antipsychotic drugs. Turns out she had a recessive disorder caused by a metabolic defect in a phospholipase. This has nothing to do with receptors, it was just a metabolic defect. And the frequency of this variation is different all over the world. There are many mutations known in the gene, but the mutation that we saw clusters in this orange belt here. And all the patients seen in Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and in India turned out to be from southern Karnataka, or northern Karnataka, or the coastal region. Even the patients from Pakistan had migrated from North Karnataka, Uttar Kannada district to Pakistan at the time of independence, and they were still marrying within the family. So the consanguinity and the geographical location gave rise to this peculiar combination of genes. and all the ones in Saudi were also from the same region. So perhaps there is a locus of these rare variants inside Karnataka, which is contributing to these diseases. And this gives rise to a very interesting issue, because the same phenotype is seen by different mutations in the same gene, some in the Chinese at a particular site, in the Japanese at a particular site, and South Asians at a particular site. Why should 3 different mutations in the same gene occurring in populations which are otherwise widely apart produce the same phenotype? Are there propensities for developing rare variants? The variants themselves interrupt the hinge of this molecule, which basically transfers lipids from the cytosol into the bilayer lipid membrane of the endosomes. And because of that impairment, it causes the progressive neurological disease. And it basically is also a part of the ApoE4 pathway and of the Parkinson's disease, or the synuclein pathway. So now you see that there's an interface with both schizophrenia and Parkinson's disease in the same gene. And then we modeled it further using bioinformatics tools, which all of you would be familiar with. The mutations lie in a part of the genome where, in the part of the protein, which has a binding pocket for dopamine itself. And because of this, the patient had developed sensitivity to antipsychotics, because the antipsychotics, when given, were binding to exactly the same pocket and producing the same defect as if the person had a mutation, even in normal people. So these variants occurring in the same pocket can now be, so now you understand the interface between pharmacogenomics, genetic variation, and the disease itself. So now you can start doing much more precise medicine if you know n number of these targets and pathways that we hopefully will come to know in the near future. This is something called a MAPT mutation, which is a frontotemporal dementia. People start getting demented around 40, and they die by the time they're around 60. Rare diseases, they are autosomal dominant invariably, but some of them, the P301 mutation in the particular protein, most often is accompanied by psychotic and behavioral symptoms for reasons that we do not know. But these mutations are one of the common forms of early dementia in the 40s. This particular lady was a very senior financial analyst, a very, very successful career, much more successful than ours, than mine at least. She was handling some, I think, 30,000 crores per year in her budget exercise, so that's the measure. But all these mutations exist. What is peculiar is the number of people who have these mutations differs by ethnicity. So there's a big variation all over the world as to how frequent these mutations are. And from India, they are considerably much rarer, but they are the commonest cause of dementia in the Europeans and the North Americans. In India, we have been getting a few. As you can see, India is completely pink with progranulin mutations, very few patients with a MAPT mutation, whereas the blue zone is very high in West USA, Central USA, and in Israel. So you get a particular kind of founder effect kind of patterning. And the mutation itself, because now we have cells, we have now pathologies. So the people who have different mutations, their brains actually grow or degenerate in different specific ways. So we still do not know why such subtle changes in the protein should give rise to certain specific kinds of pathology. But in all of them, the brain atrophies, but under the microscope, the amount of tauopathy that you get is very different, which is again something one can study. And all this is dependent on the position of the variant. We now discovered yet another variant which is homozygous, but depending on where the protein is, you get either a 4R tau or a 3R tau. Now, we understand some of it, but does it actually correlate with disease progression? We have no idea. So now we can, of course, use these subjects to study neuroprogenitor cells and do the cortical neurons and actually investigate this further. Why is all this important? Because understanding neuropsychiatric disease may ultimately end up in understanding the physics and the chemistry of both chromatin and the intracellular matrix. The brain is alone in keeping neurons quiescent for a long time, which means DNA has to be kept constant. It has to be repaired. It is quite likely that it is prone to damage, either from coffee, which we already had 4 cups of, or from nicotine, or from the stress, or from the pollution, or from the plastics, or from the noise, or from the bright lights, All these are highly mutagenic stuff. And our brain is directly ingesting all this into our skulls. So obviously it needs repair. And if any one of these pathways, including simple things like cohesion, which is binding different tracts of chromatin together to make sure that genes fire together, if that is damaged, you can get a defect. So now we can use all these models to understand things better. A small example is this. So again, the same family with multiple people affected. We did the MRI scans. We understood that there's a cortical atrophy. And my colleague, Dr. Biju, and Dr. Uttal, Vishweshwar Gottal from the IISc, who studies actually swarming behavior in fish and birds. How many of you have seen birds flying in unison? Many of you. So we presume that like all things beautiful, our neurons also migrate in unison, that they all fire in unison, that everything there's patterning to it. So it turns out that neurons derived from patients with bipolar disorder, like B1 and B2, do not follow a pattern. Their movements, these are neural stem cells, you make a line across the cell culture plate, and the neurons migrate across. But the ones from controls will follow a reasonably straight, by Bangalore traffic standards, reasonably straight path across, whereas that one gets stuck in a traffic jam all the time and doesn't know where to go. It goes backwards, forwards, takes much longer, the speed is very different. And so right from the individual behavior of a cellular phenotype linked to the presence of genetic defects linked to bipolar disorder, you can get a phenotype. Now the job for the next 10, 20 years will be to address how the genotype gets converted into this phenotype. Why is this important? Because Crohn's disease, which is a bowel disorder, you can biopsy it, you need only a few hundred samples to understand the biology of Crohn's disease. For schizophrenia, you already have 100,000 samples. It's estimated that you need up to 1 million samples to understand the biology, simply because you can't study the tissue in action. So you need that much more data. You need 1 million people sequencing data before you can begin to understand what schizophrenia is about. And once you do that, you may be able to understand that before a diagnosis of dementia, brain is already atrophying. At the age of diagnosis, it's something else. At prognosis, it's something else. And how the brain degenerates, which networks degenerate. Do they occur, is it network dependent, the dysfunction that you get, may explain why different people go mad in different ways. So this is a particular thing that we published just yesterday with colleagues from the IISc. So for 30, 40 years, it's been the same old thing. So we looked at the top Parkinson's disease genes, we looked at the top schizophrenia genes, we looked at all the interactomes that they have, we looked at when they are expressed before birth, during birth, after birth, and adult life, and we found some disease gene networks. And we find that there are certain networks, which after all of us know that almost a third of the genome is necessary for the brain to develop in utero itself. So different patterns emerge. There are some genes which are only early life, early to prenatal stages, which predispose to schizophrenia. There are some which are in group 3, which are only adult life, which get disrupted by environmental stuff. And there are many of these are shared between Parkinson's disease and schizophrenia, and there are certain genes which are unique to Parkinson's disease itself. So ultimately, it's a process of keeping cells alive, and whether your cells decay at 65 or 25 will decide whether you get schizophrenia or Parkinson's disease. So ultimately, it's just a question of time-dependent cell decay, and for that, we need to develop methods. So what is it that we are trying to say? With all the stem cell biology that we know of, we can now understand the disease within the cell, within the lymphocytes, within astrocytes, endothelial cells, and various tissues of the human body to understand how the disease starts. And many of these processes are likely to be common for dementia, Parkinson's, autism, schizophrenia, developmental disorders, bipolar disorder, OCD. They may not be identical, but they'll be qualitatively similar, which is a huge advance because till now people have been doing it by specialty. Neurologists don't talk to psychiatrists, cell biologists don't talk to geneticists, some philosophers don't talk to anybody else, but all of them will have to work together to understand this problem. Because without that, we'll be sunk. And why is it? Because now stem cell models are available or will be available to treat all these disorders. You already have a number of monoclonal antibodies which can, either using macrophages or microglial cells, reverse certain kinds of damage in Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease and Huntington's disease. But unless we develop these models to correct these defects in a network-dependent way or in a tissue-dependent way, and that is the job of institutes like this, that we can actually think of ways to correct these disorders. Because what you see is that the brain does rewire itself. After all, the whole point of coming to doing your MSc is that you'll unlearn some of the stuff you did in high school and learn new things. When you do your PhD, you'll forget what you did in MSc and learn new things. When you're a consultant, you forget everything else and just know how to get from 9 to 5. So you have to forget lots of things. Okay, but whatever it is, it requires a lot of neuronal migration to make those decisions. So there are stem cells which are kept in the cell, in the brain, in the hippocampus, in the subventricular zone. They are sometimes divided into neurons, sometimes into astrocytes. And all these things, from neurodegeneration, the genetic causes, to aging, to alcohol, psychosocial stress, fear, reduces neurogenesis in the brain. All these other things like enriched environment, epilepsy, we were talking about cell growth, growth factors, physical exercise, inhibiting apoptosis, antidepressants like fluoxetine, all these things increase neuronal proliferation. Now the idea is to maintain this balance in a dynamic way throughout life. Now how are we going to maintain this in a method that preserves cognitive flexibility and is congruent with health? Needs to be understood, because ultimately all the drugs that we use also end up being stem cell inducers. Even drugs like reserpine or chlorpromazine or antidepressants are actually stem cell modulators of the brain. They are not just neurotransmitters, blockers or stimulators. They are actually changing the cell fate of the uncommitted precursor cells in the brain. How they act, because after all you have to give drugs for 5 years, 10 years, in the case of anti-epileptics throughout their life, how is the stem cell biology of the brain going to be altered by these drugs is also a clinical question. So these kinds of things are the fundamental nuts and bolts that we will have to think about to achieve our goal of precision medicine. Because ultimately all these distinctions that we make between Mendelian disease, recessive disease, in the real world it doesn't matter. All of us will carry, from whatever we can understand, each one of us is carrying at least 7 to 10 mutations, which by bioinformatics standard are incompatible with life. And we seem to be alive if you're not part of our own imagination. So how is it that our bodies overcome these so-called presumed lethal mutations and we still exist? So obviously there is something going on which makes the whole field of Mendelian mixed translational polygenic disorders all one mixed bag. But when we start understanding this, we can either treat the symptoms, which is what we are doing now, we can treat the background, like we can hope to do, or you can treat the mutation itself, is what we can aim to do, as aspire to do. So between these three things, we can then, only then, think of precision medicine. Now, J.B.S. Haldane, the famous Indian scientist, British born but Indian citizen, at the beginning of the genomic revolution itself, he gave this caution, that all the association studies are correlative, they are not causative. So everything that we understand at the moment is only correlations. We have to establish causation pathways. Mendelians or inheritance will be very, very flawed and it can be dangerous. And eugenics will say, just kill everybody who's different, which is also quite dangerous. Why is it dangerous? Because people did that. By the first studies of the eugenics of the German Empire, they passed these laws by which more than 300,000 patients with mental illness were killed under Nazi Germany, so that their genes could not be transferred to the next generation. The incidence of schizophrenia did not change even by 2%, even by killing off 90% of all the people in the mental hospitals. So that just shows that all of us have an equal chance and have the equal risk of being mad or going mad, depending on whether we are mad or will become sane. That's a different issue, but we are all equal in that, equally mad or equally non-mad. On that definition, it really doesn't matter. So exterminating one end of the spectrum is not going to change anything at all, because that risk, it's estimated now the risk of schizophrenia is contained, the networks contain around 8,000 genes. So hopefully none of us will be willing to excise half our genome just so that our children and their children don't go mad. They'll only be half a human being if you want to do that. So it's not really worth the effort. why is it important? Because we do need to understand the social implication of this. One is that rounds in the future, instead of a case note, you may have a genomic readout, which doctors find it very difficult to understand. So you have to improve the medical knowledge of genomics. More importantly, when Dr. Watson, of the Watson and Crick fame, in the initial phase of the genomic revolutions, I will make my sequence clear, open to the public, genomic openness and etc. In a few weeks, he had the dementia genes withdrawn. He didn't want anybody to know whether he is at risk for dementia, which could then have explained his subsequent misogynism and his problems. Perhaps he was getting frontotemporal dementia himself. But that information was withdrawn, which is critical. So the privacy and the privacy of the individual and how to respect the rights of the individual, even to genetic information, which otherwise will be on your cell phone, is also very important. So we'll also have to learn the social consequences of this genetic revolution, because human beings have to find the gene for the screw-up gene also. We've been given all kinds of advantages, and we've rather destroyed them with the internal combustion engine, by the invention of fire, invention of semiconductors, all this. So now that we have our own genetic map, we better learn, because as Nietzsche said, insanity in individuals is something rare. But in groups, parties, and nations and epochs, it is by far the rule. So insanity of individuals we can manage, but insanity of countries is a different thing altogether. So what is it that we are trying to do at NIMHANS? All these systems are available at NIMHANS. That's the point I've been trying to make. So clinical practice, systems biology, neurophysiology, digital and clinical, all these services are available. You also have big and deep data on imaging, biomolecular, genomic sequence. Till the green line is already available. Now the idea is to do the next step, from where we need the scientists and more intense lab work. So anybody who wants to collaborate can get access to all this data fairly easily. But the problem is to integrate it to the next step, to find the tools for making this precision medicine possible, at least in neuroscience. So it's very, very important that this be done in the near future rather than 100 years from now. Because what we have is a huge amount of diversity in the clinical presentations. We have multiple pathways, we have intersecting pathways, our brains are evolved out of evolution. Some of the rare variants may be family specific, they may be, but ultimately, how do we understand the genotype to phenotype, protein to phenotype, and how do we prioritize drug targets? This is the near future. But ultimately, that would have to be driven by all these advances if we have to improve in neuropsychiatric medicine. Thank you very much for your attention. There are a few questions.
Those of you who want to ask any questions.
Hello. It is a wonderful talk. It's an overview of everything. Yeah, it's very fascinating. So in your talk, once you tell, that is actually, I also saw in my culture plate, that one thing neuron cannot divide. That is very important from others. Yeah. So in these aspects, actually, if you go Parkinson gene, Parkin and LRRK2, those are related to the clearance of toxic accumulations of aggregates in lysosome or mitochondria. Those actually, if in plate, if you can make those kind of mutations and those kind of circumstances, those cells can divide, glial cells, even some of the cancer cells, you will see like aggressive proliferation. But the same condition in neuron, actually neuron will gradually die. Yeah. And in some of the clinical studies, actually, it's shown that neurodegenerative diseases, this Parkin and LRRK2, can be related to the brain tumor. Those have early age 40, 50s as brain tumor, they can get neurodegenerations. But in some ethnic group, like in Israel, those are maybe very developed countries, so they have a 40 years, someone goes for some brain, not really brain tumor, even synapse of CNS, some tumor, they have a data, so they can tell, okay, this guy were in this condition, so they can tell this actually going to neurodegenerative. But when Indian context, I am going to tell someone this, even I wrote to grant agencies, these things, nobody believes. They said, no, neurodegeneration, degeneration, it cannot be, brain tumor cannot be related. Brain tumor means, but actually gliosis is very much correlated with the neurodegeneration. When degeneration is happening, the glia will proliferate, yeah. And sometimes these astrocytes convert to cancer-like stem cells and ultimately glioblastoma. So in this context, what you will tell means, maybe someone says, I am thinking means out of line, so I have some mental disorder maybe. So these kind of things, how to actually in Indian context you will tell how to differentiate?
You just have to produce data. There is no other option for it. You just have to produce data. Because see, these are very real clinical questions. For example, when we follow up a Huntington disease patient, we do notice, I mean, we've studied some 400 families. There's one family who had a brain tumor. That's all. So there is some, and worldwide this is seen, but if there is a suggestion that because of these variants, LRRK or the synuclein, that there is a change in the kind of cell growth that may occur, patterns of cell growth. So maybe tumor somewhere else, or there may be benign tumor somewhere else.
Yeah, like breast cancer, those are very strong correlations.
Yeah.
But even in the brain, actually, there are correlation, but not so established.
So the only way to do is to actually phenotype your patients much more carefully, which is a real problem, because the neurologists, by the time patient needs a neurologist, the rest of the body is forgotten. So you don't have the data on the rest of the body. So that's a problem.
Yes, so those things, yeah. But do you know how much knowledge actually on these neuron cannot divide? For that reason, many things are toxic to neuron, but for other cells actually. So how much on this actually?
There is a lot of data on that.
Lot
there is
of
a lot
data.
of data on that.
Okay.
Because right now what we are looking at, my colleague Dr. Meera is looking at somatic mosaicism in the brain itself. For example, Huntington disease repeat in the brain can be 400 repeats, wherein in the blood it is 45 repeats. So there can be a 10-fold higher repeat number in the brain. Same thing happens for SCA12. So the genetic structure in the brain, although they are non-dividing cells, but they are repairable cells. In that process itself, DNA mistakes can occur, things can be inserted, and in certain lineages, which are probably critical for example, unstable repeats, different parts of the brain may have different repeat number, which will then guide their pathology. That is a very real issue. So right now, because we have a brain bank, we've already started a project looking at somatic mosaicism in different layers of the brain or different cells of the brain.
Yeah. Another, just from your talk, like, what is the standard of the mental health for you? Because you can see many...
Madam, that is actually what is the standard of height that we use? We don't have a standard for height.
Because many eccentric persons actually good scientists because they can think different way.
That doesn't mean scientists are not mad. That doesn't mean mad people are not scientists. They're just different axes. It's like saying there are certain short people who play good basketball. They do. What is there?
Even some of the autism patients are very good in some certain things. Yeah, because that part of the brain worked very nicely.
The issue is that one should not try to define good or bad at all. That is more likely to be a problem rather than anything else.
Thank you for such an interesting talk. As you said, yes, the other parts of the body has been forgotten, people who are working on the neurons. But recent development is there on the gut to brain axis.
Yes.
So the alpha-synuclein seeding starts in the gut and actually not in the brain. That has been the proposed theory. So what do you suggest on that? Is it?
So this has been, I think, this idea of, even in India, people have been working on it. Some of you are Welcome Fellows or something. Yeah. So there was a Welcome project about 20 years ago, one of the first thing, which is looking at gut microbiome and autism. Because people with autism also have recurrent history of gut infection, have altered gut motility, and they also have a high occurrence of Hirschsprung disease.
Hirschsprung, yes.
Okay.
Enteroneuric system.
So a combination of maturation of the gut neurons, of the gut nervous system, also correlates with the faulty maturation of the brain nervous system. So there's a correlate right in terms of brain maturation. The mesenteric brain is as complex as the cortical brain in terms of synapses, neurotransmitters, etc.
True.
So the faulty maturation or the atopic organization of the mesenteric nervous system may underlie many of these disorders. So the fact that alpha-synuclein seeding occurs in the mesenteric nervous system before it occurs there,
And it passes through the vagus nerve.
obviously because the largest source of neurotransmitters, that is gut serotonin, 95% of serotonin is produced in the gut. And it has to go through the gut nervous system, which is exposed to these very high levels of serotonin, therefore high levels of toxicity of excessive neurotransmission. Before serotonin in the brain is only a fraction of what it is in the gut. So, and our common friend Panic would always talk about serotonergic overload or dopaminergic neurons being a part of the shared biology of these disorders. So there are interfaces that we need to discover. Over-specialization in medicine has had this very bad consequence that we don't understand the body as a system by itself at the moment.
Yeah, we do in isolated
Yeah,
systems.
yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
We can take one other question.
Any of the students want to ask anything? Was there a neurodevelopmental or a neurodegenerative? Silence.
You pointed out very nice thing that there is a mosaic pattern as well. Now, when you do exome sequencing, most of the data is coming from the blood samples. Is there any study where they have seen that there is a strong correlation between what you find in the blood and same mutation present in neuronal cells?
For specific variants, yes. But for unstable variants, see, it's like, see, ultimately it'll boil down to like cancer. You have clonal distribution of variants also. So since many variants in the brain may arise from a clonal event during development itself, we don't know whether subpopulations of brain cells may be carrying a mutation. We can't assess that at the current level of technology.
Correct.
Because you can't sample.
Because you can't get
You
the
can't,
biopsy.
you can't take multiple biopsies, but in autopsy tissues you can look at that. So that is what we are doing right now, to see whether there are clonal populations of, let's say, unstable repeats, where one column will have one kind of repeat size and another column will have a different repeat size. So that's the kind of studies that are being planned. But for unstable repeats, the blood and the brain are definitely different. Whether it is true for other so-called routine metabolic disorders like amino acid urias or phenylketonuria, where the brain phenylketonuria, or the point variations, whether they are also different in the brain, we actually have no idea. I presume once they have enough models, enough tissues available, they'll be able to do it. But that's something that can be checked in the lab also. Once you have stem cells from these, you can check after every 100 cell divisions whether they start accumulating further variants. You can build a dish model of the accumulation of somatic variants. After all, if you're growing them up, you can't reach the level of cell division in a human body, take 2 raised to the power of 50 or something, but you can definitely reach 2 raised to the power of 5 or 10 and see whether certain kinds of variants predispose the chances of slippage or error during mitosis or at least mitosis. That may be a worthwhile thing. Of course, we know that in cancers, even in brain cancers, there's a lot of somatic mosaicism. But as is generally known, brain tumors are quite rare because the amount of control over cell division in the brain is so high that brain tumors are relatively rare. And when they do occur, they are highly toxic, the malignant forms.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Since we are running out of time, we have to cut short on our question answer session. Sir, thank you very much for your inspiring talk.
You.
Before we begin with the next talk, may I request Dr. Anujit to please come up on stage, and also to Dr. Sanjeev Jain for a small token of appreciation for your wonderful lecture. Our next speaker of the day, we have with us Dr. Kushagra Bansal, who is an immunologist, currently working as a faculty fellow in the Molecular Biology Genetics Unit of Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, JNCSR in Bangalore. He has done his PhD in microbiology and cell biology and is an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. He completed his postdoctoral research program from the laboratory of Dr. Diane Mathis and Christoph in the Department of Microbiology and Immunobiology in Harvard, Boston, USA. He also worked on molecular mechanisms of the transcriptional regulator, or AIR, in immune tolerance. Dr. Kushagra was a visiting research scholar in 2008 to 2009 in the laboratory of Dr. Shree, Kaveri, and Jagadish Bairi in INSERM in Paris, where he worked on evaluation of mycobacterial antigens as potential immune modulators. He is the recipient of the Ramalinga Swamy Re-Entry Fellowship from DBT, and then he won the prestigious DBT Wellcome Trust Indian Alliance Intermediate Fellowship also. During his PhD, he received the M. Srinivasa Medal for Best PhD Thesis after completing his work. Currently, he is the principal investigator from 2018 in the Laboratory of Molecular Immunology and is an active member in the American Association of Immunologists. With this, I would like to welcome Dr. Kushagra Bansal. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Uttara, for the kind introduction. And I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Jyoti, for inviting me here and giving me the opportunity to showcase some of the research we are doing in my lab at the JNCSR and some of my earlier work as well. So as Uttara mentioned, I'm a trained immunologist, and my lab focuses on immune system. And we try to understand the regulatory pathway that operate in the immune system. Now, I don't think this audience needs an introduction to immune system, but just a preface to my talk, we all are challenged by pathogenic microbes, and immune system works like a defense ministry and clears these pathogens. And there are two major compartments of this immune system. One is innate, and second one is adaptive. And T cells, which is the focus of my talk today, are the foot soldiers of the adaptive immune system. Now, T cells develop in an organ named thymus. It's a bilobed organ which is present in the thoracic cavity, just above the heart, and they mature there basically. They originate, the thymocytes, the precursor cells for T cells, develop in bone marrow, and they migrate to thymus for maturation process. Now, in thymus, these thymocytes, or you can say precursor T cells, undergo different stages. Some of them are named here. They are called double negative, where they don't express certain markers like CD4 and CD8. They become double positive, where they express these markers like CD4 and CD8. And finally, they become single positive T cells, which are CD4, which generally are known as helper T cells, and second one, CD8, which are known as cytotoxic T cell. And in this process of double negative to double positive and finally becoming single positive, a lot of education happens. So thymus works like a school for development of T cells, you can imagine. Now, there are multiple cell types in thymus which help in this process of education of T cells. And majorly, thymus is divided into two compartments, cortex and medulla. In cortex as well as in medulla, there are epithelial cells. So in cortex, they are called cortical thymic epithelial cells, while in medulla, they are called medullary thymic epithelial cells. And the T cells entering into, or thymocytes entering into thymus undergo two selection processes. One is called positive selection, and second one is called negative selection. Now, in positive selection, what happens? Whatever T cells can recognize major histocompatibility complex, MHC in short form people call that, they are kept because T cells cannot recognize antigen directly. Antigens have to be presented in conjunction with MHC, and then only they can recognize these antigens. So you don't want any T cell to go further which cannot recognize MHC, and that's why this process of positive selection happens. Now you also need to make sure that you don't have T cells against your own antigens, which are called self-antigens. You don't want the T cells against insulin, for an example, because if you have T cells against insulin, you will have diabetes. So you need to remove all the T cells which are self-reactive in nature, and this process is called negative selection. So cortex helps in positive selection, while medulla helps in negative selection. Now, T cells express this receptor called T cell receptor, and their interaction with MHC basically defines whether T cells will be kept or not kept. The current theory is that in positive selection, there is moderate interaction between MHC and T cell receptor, and if there is no interaction, there will be death by neglect, basically. Now, in negative selection, there is high affinity between T cell receptor and MHC, and this high affinity basically means that T cells are able to recognize something on MHC which is self, and that means you don't need to have those T cells. You need to remove those, and that's why there will be death again, but because of negative selection process. So affinity between TCR and MHC is important, and that basically defines whether cells will be kept, T cells will be kept or not kept. Now, as I mentioned, multiple self-antigens are expressed in thymus, and that's how your thymus basically makes sure that T cells which are self-reactive are deleted. And there are many transcriptional regulators which encode the proteins which can help in transcription of these self-antigens. Now, one of the major one is autoimmune regulator, or AIR. I'll be touching upon that briefly. Then there is cohesin, which Dr. Sanjeev Jain also mentioned, and this is a pleiotropic molecule, affects multiple organ systems. And third one, which I'll be talking about today, is topoisomerases. So let's talk about AIR. AIR is a transcriptional regulator, as I mentioned. It was discovered roughly 25 years ago. There were a couple of papers which highlighted that patients which have autoimmune disease, which is known as EPICIT, autoimmune polyglandular endocrinopathy, those patients are having the mutation in AIR gene. It's a transcriptional regulator, and it can encode a protein which can regulate the expression of many self-antigens. So here I'm showing you the data where you can see maybe it's not working. So on x-axis, you have transcriptional data from AIR knockout medullary thymic epithelial cells. On y-axis, you have data coming from wild-type medullary thymic epithelial cells, and you can see that once you delete AIR, a large chunk of genes are affected, roughly 7,000 genes. Now, in the morning, we heard from Dr. GP that roughly 25,000 genes are there which are being expressed in a cell type, which can be expressed in human body, you can say. So this is almost 1/3 of the genome. So you can imagine it's such a strong impact AIR has, basically. Now, many of these genes which are induced by AIR are self-antigen encoding genes, roughly half of them. And when I say self-antigen encoding genes, the best example we can take as insulin. Insulin is expressed in pancreatic beta cells, but insulin is also expressed in these thymic epithelial cells, medullary thymic epithelial cells, to the low amount, not very strong expression. And this expression makes sure that all the T cells which are reactive to insulin are removed in the process of selection. So the current model for AIR function is that AIR induces expression of self-antigen encoding genes, and these antigens will be converted into peptides, which will be loaded on major histocompatibility complex. And if your T cells, which are bearing TCR, which can recognize these peptide MHC complexes, will be finally deleted. And this process is known as immune tolerance. Now the question in the field for a long time has been that how can AIR induce such a large chunk of the genome? This is not easy process, because most of the time you focus on transcription factor, they affect 100 genes, 500 genes, maybe 1,000 genes. But here a transcription factor can induce roughly 7,000 genes. And that is based on current technology. We don't know in future what happens. A new technology comes and we find many more genes actually. So looks like a large chunk of the genome is regulated by AIR, and how AIR can do that. Around the same time, in year 2013, there was discovery, or you can say explanation, for a new class of cis regulatory elements called super enhancers. This discovery was made by two groups simultaneously, Francis Collins in NIH and Rick Young in Whitehead Institute in Boston. And both these groups defined these cis regulatory elements, which we call as super enhancer. Super enhancers are nothing but a series of enhancers which are clubbed together, but the difference between enhancer and super enhancer is that they have very high level of cell type specific transcription factor, and most of the studies in recent times have shown that they regulate cell type specific genes. So we became interested in these super enhancers because AIR is also known to control cell type specific genes, and we thought maybe AIR is binding to super enhancers. And we did many experiments. I'll just show you one experiment today. So we defined super enhancer based on certain chromatin marks. One of the major marks which is used to define super enhancers is S3K27 acetylation. It's a chromatin mark which is present on enhancers as well. So if you have chunk of S3K27 acetylation mark which is much more in comparison to enhancers, you will call them super enhancers. And Rick Young's group actually published a study which I showed, and in that study they published the algorithm also through which you can identify super enhancer in your genomics based data. So what people do, they perform S3K27 acetylation ChIP-seq, and finally you make a plot called hockey plot in which you will have enhancer as well as super enhancer. So you can identify super enhancer. So here that's what we have done. We have super enhancers shown here on the top, S3K27 acetylation data. In the center, you can see that there is a lot of S3K27 acetylation mark there. There is another mark which I have highlighted here, S3K4 monomethylation is also present. As a control, we also analyzed another mark, S3K27 trimethylation, which should not be there at enhancer. It's a repressive chromatin mark, should not be there, and it was not there. And we can very nicely see that AIR is sitting at super enhancer regions. And on the right side, you can see there is a genome browser view to highlight a couple of super enhancers, and you can see a lot of AIR is present on these super enhancer regions. So we did many more experiments and basically defined a model in which we suggested that AIR is present at super enhancer regions, and with the help of other proteins, one of them is topoisomerase 1, which I'll be talking about in the later part of my talk, it basically helps in induction of genes which encode for self-antigens. Now this model is good, but it's still a model because we could show that AIR is present at super enhancers, but we still don't know how exactly AIR is controlling the expression. AIR's presence on these super enhancers is controlling the expression of self-antigen encoding genes. Now there were two hypotheses at that point of time. One of the hypotheses was maybe AIR is defining the identity of these super enhancers. So what we did was we compared the super enhancer regions in AIR knockout cells and AIR wild type cells. So if AIR is defining the identity of these super enhancer regions, AIR knockout cells should have much lesser number of super enhancers, and their identity should also be very different, but that was not the case. Now the second hypothesis what we had was, as I've shown here, AIR is present at super enhancer. Maybe AIR is bringing these super enhancer regions to regions where these self-antigen coding genes are there. Many self-antigen coding genes are present in different parts of the chromosome together. So it is possible that airs present at superenhancer is bringing these regions next to the genes which are coding for self-antigens. So we wanted to test that hypothesis. And the experiment we designed was to understand the chromatin organization in the AIR wild-type cell and AIR knockout cell. So the idea was that if AIR is inducing interaction between superenhancer regions and self-antigen coding genes, then there should be changes in genome organization between AIR wild-type and knockout cell. Now, how do you study that? At the same time, in 2014-15, there was a study published where they defined a new protocol, which is called in situ HiC. The original HiC protocol was published in year 2009, and it was modified in 2014-15 to make it more compatible with the technology, I mean to say the cell number which is present in the biological sample generally. Because for this protocol, you require a lot of cells. But with this new defined protocol, we could actually use rare cell population and analyze the genome organization. So the experimental paradigm was pretty simple. You take thymic epithelial cells, medullary thymic epithelial cells from AIR wild type and AIR knockout mice and analyze these samples by in situ HiC. Now we did many analysis. For the sake of today's presentation, I'm showing you the most important data, which kind of suggested that AIR is helping in interaction between superenhancer and the self-antigen coding genes or the target genes. So in this plot here on the left side, what you observe is something called aggregate peak analysis, where you look for interaction between all superenhancers in the genome. In MTEX, roughly 1100 superenhancers are there, and AIR induces roughly 7,000 genes. If you do statistics, you will reach to roughly 3,000 genes actually. So you look for interaction between each individual superenhancer and each individual gene. And if there is interaction between these regions in the presence of AIR, then what you will observe is the red signal in the center. So what you observe here is the red signal in the center. Now, in this kind of analysis, you generally need to have a negative control, because many times what happens, you make false discoveries. So as a control, what we did was we did same analysis, but instead of analyzing AIR-induced genes, self-antigen coding genes, we analyzed AIR-neutral genes. These genes should not be induced by AIR. So if these genes are not induced by AIR, you should not see an interaction between these regions, superenhancer and AIR-neutral genes, and that's what we observed. Actually, there was a depletion in the interaction between AIR-neutral genes and superenhancer. That gave us confidence that what we are observing is reality. We also analyzed the interaction between regular enhancer, because it is possible that regular enhancer also interact in the, with target genes in the presence of AIR, but we don't see anything like that. So this kind of gave us a hint that AIR presence at superenhancer is very important, and it basically defines the interaction between superenhancers and the AIR-induced gene, which are self-antigen coding genes. This is just a genome browser view to showcase the same thing. Here you can observe on top we have AIR knockout profile, the RNA-seq profile, and we have a gene SPP2 highlighted. You can see there is hardly any signal, but in the presence of AIR, in the second line, you can see the signal. And if we look for the loops between superenhancer, which is showcased on the right side in this pink bar, you can see that in AIR knockout HiC sample, there was almost no loop between superenhancer and SPP2, but in AIR wild-type cell, there was interaction. This is just an example, just to showcase how you can look at that data. Now the question comes, AIR is not known as a genome organizer. AIR is known as a transcription factor, and not many transcription factors are known to promote genome interaction. Their job is actually to promote transcription. There are additional proteins which help in this process. One of them is cohesin. Cohesin was originally discovered, it's a multimeric protein complex. It was originally discovered as a protein complex which helps in cell division. But in recent times, there is a lot of data, in last 10 to 15 years, there is a lot of data to suggest that cohesin can also regulate gene expression. Cohesin is a multimeric protein complex, as I highlighted. It has SMC3. SMC1, RAT21, and STAG1 or STAG2. On enhancer regions, it is shown that STAG2 is present. I will highlight why I'm emphasizing on that fact. So your genome, as Dr. Sanjeev Jain mentioned, that is divided into this domains called topologically associated domains, and basically they divide the genome into different segments. Now, these segments are segregated from each other by the presence of cohesin in conjunction with another protein called CTCF. So at the bottom of this structure on the right side, you can observe there is presence of cohesin and another protein CTCF, which is not highlighted in this particular cartoon, but CTCF is present there. Now, within these domains, you can have interaction between cis-regulatory elements like enhancer and super-enhancer and the target genes. And this interaction is also promoted by cohesin. But there, CTCF is not present. Now, what we did as a first experiment to test, so we went back into our IP mass spec data. So we had performed the IP mass spec for air a long time ago, and there we saw that there were cohesin subunits which were present in that data. So that gave us a hint that maybe air is functioning with cohesin complex. And what we did next was performed a ChIP-seq for cohesin in air wild type and air knockout cell. In addition to that, we also analyzed another protein complex called mediator, which is generally present at super-enhancer regions. And what we observed here was that air was helping in deposition of cohesin complex protein SMC1 at super-enhancer region and mediator 1 as well. And there was a correlation between, so on the right side what you observe is a fold change plot, which as we call. On x-axis you have the presence of mediator 1 in the in air wild type cell versus air knockout cell. On y-axis you have SMC1 in air wild type cell and air knockout cell. Does it work? Yeah, thank you. So you have, this pointer doesn't work. It's okay. I get it, yeah. So there was a strong correlation between binding of mediator 1 and SMC1, or you can call cohesin complex at super-enhancer regions in the presence of air. The next experiment was, so this gave us a hint that cohesin is helping air in basically looping of super-enhancer to target gene, but if that is true, then if you knock out one of the genes in cohesin complex, then you should see pretty similar phenotype as air, because cohesin is helping air in that job. So what we did was we deleted one of the genes which is STAG2 in thymic epithelial cell. So we used a Cree driver which is called FOXN1 Cree. It is a driver to delete genes in thymic epithelial cell. It is also expressed in keratinocytes, so you will have deletion in keratinocytes as well. So your nude mice actually is a null for FOXN1, if that can explain it better. We analyzed the MTEC compartment, medullary thymic epithelial cell compartment, and there was no difference. So it looks like cohesin is not controlling the development of these cells. But what we observed here was that if you delete cohesin complex subunit STAG2, we see that air target genes are expressed less. On the left side of this plot, on the right side you have two plots. The left side plot shows top 500 genes, and you can see out of 500, 437 are downregulated in the absence of STAG2, suggesting that there is strong correlation between the genes induced by cohesin and induced by air. So it looks like cohesin is helping in air function. And as a control, we analyzed expression-matched air neutral genes, and there is no difference in their expression, suggesting cohesin is exclusively helping the expression of air target genes in these cells. So we proposed a model that when air is not present, then your super-enhancer and air-induced genes are in different compartments. I have not shown you some other data where actually we showed that air helps in CTCF eviction as well. So when CTCF is evicted, these compartments will come together. Now in the absence of air, these cis-regulatory elements and the target genes are in different compartments, and that's why they cannot interact. But when AR is present, it helps in bringing these two regions together by virtue of cohesion on super-enhancer region and eviction of CTCF. Now I'll shift the gear a bit and talk about another protein which I introduced during start of my talk today, topoisomerases. Topoisomerases are DNA metabolic enzymes which help in fundamental cellular processes such as transcription and replication. These proteins are categorized into two groups based on whether they create a single-stranded or double-stranded nick. So they create a nick in the DNA to resolve superhelical tension, and if they create single-stranded nick, they are type 1, and if they create double-stranded nick, they are called type 2. And in each group, you have multiple different topoisomerases. They have a strong connection with neuronal system. In between year 2010 and till today, there are multiple high-profile papers which are published in this field and which have suggested that topoisomerases facilitate the transcription of long genes, and many of these genes are linked to autism. So here I have highlighted some of the data in these studies, and on left side plot you can see that expression of multiple genes, and you can see on x-axis you have length of the gene, on y-axis is expression upon inhibition of topoisomerase 1 versus vehicle control, and you can see this data is coming from neuronal cells that as the length of the gene increases, the expression of these genes decreases, suggesting that topoisomerases help in expression of long genes. And same is true for embryonic brain, and here the authors have analyzed top to beta knockout versus wild type cells, and you can see that here again the expression of genes which are more than 100 kb is decreased upon deletion of top to beta. Our interest became, we got interested in topoisomerases because we were performing a study on AIR earlier, as I showed that AIR binds to topoisomerase 1 at superenhancer. So to answer what it must be doing at these regions, we had conducted one experiment where we injected the mouse with topotecan, which is a drug which can inhibit topoisomerase 1. And what we observed was that cells which are autoimmune in nature increase in the presence of topotecan. So here I'm showing you the effects analysis where you can identify autoimmune cell based on staining of certain TCR. So we use P2 tetramer to stain those cells, and these cells are CD4 in nature. These are helper cells. And you can see that number of cells which are autoimmune in nature are increased in the presence of topotecan. And the second observation, we followed up this particular thing in our lab at JNCSR, and what we observed was that when you inject topotecan in these mice, the thymus regresses, the size of the thymus regresses. This is 3-day injection at 1 mg per kg, which is still a higher dose, but it regresses the thymus very strongly. So we became interested, and we thought that we should understand what is the role of topoisomerase 1 in thymic T cell development. Now, to study any gene function, as I mentioned earlier as well, you can delete the gene in a specific cell population. Now, top one, we wanted to delete in thymus. Now, in thymus, you have two major cell types. One is T cells, and second one, as I highlighted, thymic epithelial cells. So we wanted to delete in both these cell populations. So what we did, we crossed top one flox mice with immune cell type specific Cree drivers, and finally got the top one CKO mice. Now, as I mentioned, we wanted to delete in two different cell populations, T cells as well as thymic epithelial cell. For T cells, we use CD4 Cree. CD4 is expressed in double positive cells, so deletion will happen in both CD4 T cells as well as CD8 T cells. And for thymic epithelial cells, we used FOXN1 Cree. And for the rest of my talk, I'll be calling the mice which have deletion in thymic epithelial cell as TEC-CKO, and the mice which have deletion in T cells as CD4-CKO. And most of the data I'm going to be showing will be on TEC-CKO. Now, first thing what we did was we opened these mice, and we wanted to isolate thymus from these mice and check what happens in these thymic epithelial cells. So we opened wild type and het mice, and both these mice have thymus. As you can see, it's a white bilobed organ just above the heart. But when we opened TEC-CKO mice, which have deletion in thymic epithelial cell, we don't observe thymus here. This was very surprising for us because there was no literature which was there at that point of time to suggest that topoisomerase 1 can somehow affect thymus development or it can cause regression of thymus. So we became interested. We thought that we will go back. This was 6-week-old mice, so we thought we will go back and analyze the mice at earlier age. And we analyzed the mice till P0, which is the day the mice are born. And even on that day, there was no thymus present in these mice. We analyzed later age as well, and obviously there was no growth of thymus. So suggesting during embryonic stages something is happening, that's why thymus is not there. Now there are two possibilities: thymus does not develop at all, and second possibility is thymus regresses. It develops so thymus development starts roughly E11.5, and after that it grows further, and when the pup is born, there is sizable thymus present in the thoracic cavity. I'll come to that. Now we are still figuring out why deletion of top 1 in these cells causes this thymic atrophy. But as a thumb rule, you will expect there are no T cells present in these mice. So we went to a secondary lymphoid organ like spleen and lymph nodes, and that's what we observed. But we see a very small population of T cells which are present. So TCR beta, alpha beta can stain for conventional T cells, and there is another flavor of T cells which is called gamma delta. It looks like TCR alpha beta cells are decreasing, roughly 90% decrease, but there is a sizable proportion is still present, and gamma delta cells are increasing. Now gamma delta cells are not dependent on thymic epithelial cells for their development, and maybe that can explain this phenotype. And in alpha beta T cells, you have CD4 and CD8 as I mentioned, and both are decreased to the similar nature. Now, what is the phenotype of these cells, what are coming in the periphery? Are they similar to wild type? Are they different? So what we did to understand that, we took T cells from TEC wild type mice from the spleen, and TEC CKO mice from the spleen, and analyzed these cells by transcriptomics, and their transcriptome looks very different. And if you do the volcano plot based analysis to see what kind of genes are perturbed, roughly 2,000 genes are affected. Some are down, some are up. Now, what are the genes which are up and down? So we focus more on these genes, and what we found that genes which are required for T cell activation, like CD44, granzyme B, KLRG1, interferon gamma, they are all up in knockout cells. These cells are proliferating because they have expression of all cell cycle markers. They express a lot of chemokine and cytokine receptor, and the cells, the genes which are required for their maintenance into naive stage are decreased. So T cells can be into multiple stages: naive, effector, or memory. And this is GSA analysis to confirm the same thing. We also picked the gene signature for effector T cells. So we thought these cells are effector in nature, so we picked up the gene signature for effector T cells, and when we overlaid on our data, what we find is roughly 90% of the genes are effector. The genes which are upregulated are effector. And we confirmed that by flow cytometry based analysis, and here you can see in wild type mice, you have very nicely 3 subsets of T cells: naive, effector, and memory. But in knockout mice, all the cells are effector. So looks like whatever small proportion of T cells are present in the periphery are effector in nature. And there must be some problem due to which they are proliferating. They are recognizing something in the periphery due to which they are proliferating. Now, this explains one of the questions Anujit asked, whether education happened or not. So it looks like education has not happened, because looks like these cells are self-reactive in nature, because they can recognize something which is present in normal mice in sterile condition and can proliferate. So possibly they are autoreactive. We are doing more analysis to understand that. Most importantly, these cells cannot fill the immunological space which is created because of loss. So they are proliferating, but they are not able to fill up that space. Another important observation what we made in these mice was that there is splenomegaly and there is enlargement of lymph node. You can see in the left side there are images to showcase that they have larger spleen and larger lymph nodes. And the cellularity of these organs also is increased. And most importantly, they have a lot of neutrophils and dendritic cells and monocytes as well. So it looks like these mice are not able to develop T cells, but they have larger proportion of myeloid cell. There is myeloid expansion. So we are still analyzing this mouse line further, and we'll be reporting our findings. But today what I can tell you is that the ablation of top one in TEX perturbs thymic development, which is kind of not known till now in the field, and it causes severe lymphopenia. The alpha beta T cells, a minor proportion develops, but they have effector phenotype in the periphery. There is increase in gamma delta T cells, and there is myeloid expansion. And this phenotype is very similar to patients which have severe combined immunodeficiency, SCID. So these patients also don't develop proper T cells, and they have a lot of lymphopenia. So we are trying to see, is there any correlation between SCID phenotype and top one mutations? I'd like to thank the people who are involved in work. The first part of the talk where I presented work on AIR was done in Diane Mathis and Christophe Benoit's lab. I'd like to thank the people who helped me getting mouse lines, because of which I could conduct this work, Ross Levine and Arun Venai for STAC2 mouse line, and Mark Zilka for top one flox line. The work on topoisomerase 1 and its role in thymus development, which I presented, was done by one of the excellent PhD student, Amit, in my lab. My lab is growing, and people are having multiple projects now on how topoisomerase 1 and cohesin can regulate different processes in immune system, and all the funding sources without which it was not possible to do this work. And thank you all for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kushagra. Unfortunately, we are running a little late, so there's scope for 2 questions. I would prefer the students to ask.
So in humans, thymus degenerates after like 150 age, like
Correct.
50 years, right? Do they have this topoisomerase activity less, or like is there another factors?
So what we are finding is, in the absence of topoisomerase 1, thymus is not developing. We still don't know whether in regression process, which is called thymic involution, topoisomerase 1 is important. Yes, but we can look whether the levels go down, and because of which you regress the size of the thymus. Our current hypothesis is that it is expressed in the progenitor cells, which help in development of thymus, through which it is working. But there is still a possibility that it is required later stage as well, and if you don't have that, or you don't have functional top one, then you will have regression.
Can I ask, or okay? Yeah, so a quick question. So I was just curious about the temporal regulation of air. So is it a constitutively active one, or during the early developmental stage only it is being expressed?
No, so it is expressed throughout.
But how, yeah.
So, but it is expressed throughout. There is enough data to suggest that there is expression of air. But people also have done temporal studies where they deleted air just early in life or later part of the life. And what they find is its role early in life is very important. So yes, it is not expressed differentially in later versus early part of the life, but its role early in life is more important.
Yeah, so how that temporal regulation is regulating air's function, basically, because it won't be...
So what current data suggests is that during early life, you have development of these T cells and T regulatory cells. So in that part of the life, you definitely need it. Once those cells have developed, have gone to periphery, rest of the job of thymus is to fill in whatever is lost. So there you can manage without air. But early in life, where the education is happening, it's very critical.
No, so I'm asking if there is any other thing that is regulating the temporal importance of air. Like
So people are trying to understand how exactly air itself is regulated. Not much data is there, but yeah, people are trying those studies as well.
And another quick thing, in case of autoimmune disease, maybe I have missed it, like lupus or those kind of things, how is air's situation in that?
Yeah, so most of the data currently on this particular disease called APSET, which highlighted initially in my talk, but more and more data is coming where people are seeing association between AR mutation and the other disease phenotype. The major problem there is that AR's expression is highest in thymic epithelial cells. So if you check expression in different immune cell type, its expression is highest in thymic epithelial cell. Other cells have expression, some of the myeloid population have expression, but very low expression. And there, AR's job is also different. So in those diseases, the function of AR will be little different than what you observe in APSET, which is majorly because of its role in thymus. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Jyoti, please come up on stage. We have a small token of appreciation for Dr. Kushagra.
Connected. This is coming. Sorry. I don't know. We'll try it again. Yeah, it keeps. It takes time. Okay. Yeah. Let us. Introducing the last speaker of the day, Dr. Shweta Chakrabarti. She is a senior research fellow at IISc Bangalore, working with wound response using Drosophila model systems. A PhD in life sciences from Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, Switzerland, and a postdoctoral fellow from EPLF, Switzerland. An early DBT Alliance Career Fellowship recipient for the last 5 years, and has recently been awarded the Wellcome Trust DBT Alliance Intermediate Fellowship in March this year. Her work interests includes understanding JAK-STAT and toll pathways in response to wounding and neuronal expressions in Drosophila and control of intestinal stem cell activity by hemocytes in Drosophila. I welcome Shweta for your talk.
So I'm really happy to get a chance to present some of my work before I officially join MAHEBLR'U this week. So as you heard in the introduction, I use fruit fly Drosophila melanogaster as organism, but today I'll be telling you about how we are using flies to look at the context of wounding in the entire organism. So you heard already in the previous talks where if there is a genetic mutation, the impact may be specifically you see something in the brain, but because you have crosstalk between all the different tissues, it's important to think of the genetic changes that not just happen in one tissue, but other tissues and how it can impact the entire organism physiology and homeostasis. And my work tries to look at this question by using fruit fly as a model system to look at the entire organism. So the biological process that I'm really interested in working in and I've been working for the past 5 years is tissue injury. And here I'm just telling you very briefly about what are the different phases of injury that we know in mammals. So as you can see on the panel on the left, that is initially when there is a wound or an injury this is an example in the skin, what happens is that you have the recognition of the wound by the tissue-resident immune cells. So here I've shown the macrophages, and you can see that in response to the damage, you have these damage-associated molecular patterns which are released because they're cells which are basically dying, or there's injury of the cells at the site of the wound. And so you can see these patterns now become exposed to the immune system, and that can turn on the inflammation response. And that can produce a lot of inflammatory cytokines, and that can call now the cells from the periphery to come to the site of the wound. What's also known as these macrophages, which are there at the site of the wound, are not just important in this initial phase of the injury response, but when it comes to the healing of the wound, there are also the immune cells which are resident, which are important to not just clear. For example, if you have an injury, you will have the introduction of maybe some sort of pathogen. So they have a role of clearing of the pathogen, but what's also critical is that they produce certain growth factors or healing factors that are important for the regeneration of the tissue itself. So the immune system has not just the role of surveillance and getting rid of dead cells or possible pathogens, but also in the role of repair. And that's kind of where my study kind of focuses in as well. But as I told you, you heard from Sanjeev's talk that whenever something happens, so any kind of environmental perturbation, injury, or tumor, or infection, the organs all need to sort of communicate to each other, and the response has to be integrated. And we use fruit flies as a model system because, at least in the level of the organs, that is, whether it's the brain, the gut, the adipose, that is the fat body, which is equivalent to the adipose tissue, muscle, and the reproductive tissue, most of the functions of these organs are very well conserved. So between flies and humans, you can see the functions of these organs are very much the same. They do the same thing. And what's important is, as I said, when there's any kind of environmental perturbation, an injury or a tumor, there is some sort of a communication that has to be from the site of the injury or the tumor. Signals need to be sent to the other organs that there's something that's going on. So in my work, I'm looking at the role of blood cells as being this sort of a nexus where they're sending signals to the other organs to say that there is a perturbation. So for example, if there is an injury or an infection, most of the nutrients are taken up by the gut. So now the gut has to know that that energy needs to be relocated to activating an immune response. So I'm looking at what are the signals, how are the immune system basically sending these signals and integrating the response. And we use flies as a model system at looking at injury, but flies has also been used as a great model system for innate immunity for the past around decade or more. So I would say in the early 2000s, at the end of 1990s, there were seminal discoveries done with the genetics of fruit flies, where many of the immune pathways were discovered in this model system. And why we use fruit flies to look at innate immunity is the reasons that I'm showing here. So you can see in the picture here on the left, fruit flies actually live in a habitat which is enriched with microbes. So they need to have active immune mechanisms to be able to deal with all these pathogens that they're exposed to every day. They live on rotting fruits and vegetables. So they are exposed to tons of different pathogens. Now their innate immune system is enough, and insect is actually one of the most diverse species in our, in the kingdom of life. So even with just the innate immune system, they're able to do pretty well in most ecological niches. Now, why they're great for doing biological experiments is that you can raise a large number of flies in relatively small space. They have a very short lifespan, so they usually live about under normal lab conditions, like at 25 degrees, about 2 months. And most of the signaling pathways, so I said a lot of the immune pathways, like the toll pathway, was discovered in flies. The reason is that all the signaling pathways are very conserved. So the same pathways that are in us are also found in the fruit fly. And so if we disrupt them and we look at the mechanisms, they could inform us on what's happening in higher mammals as well. And as I said, we can use a lot of different pathogens to feed them or inject them and see what's happening. But in the relevance of my work, we can do organ-specific perturbations. So you can use the genetics of flies to turn on or turn off specific pathways in different tissues and in the same organism, in the brain and the gut, and see what's happening. So you're not just focused on your particular tissue type, but you look at the entire organism. Now, as I said, when I was starting my work, I was interested in an injury, and fruit fly has been generally been used as a model of looking at infection. So we knew already a lot of the receptors that are important for triggering the innate immune response in response to gram-negative bacteria, gram-positive bacteria, fungal, and so forth. But in the context of injury, a lot of these damage-associated patterns were not known for the fruit fly. And so that was some of the work that I started off with for my early career fellowship. So today I'll be talking to you about one of those damage-associated molecular patterns. And then, of course, I will try and spend some time on this inter-organ communication and how that's important in the context of injury. So coming to looking at sterile injury, and why my interest came in this was because of this specific pathway. So we've been interested in this pathway in regeneration and in immunity for a long time, and we know JAK-STAT pathway is important for both the processes. But in flies, as you can see, that the pathway is very much simplified. You have basically 3 ligands which can activate the receptor. There is domeless is the receptor, and you have only a single Janus kinase and a single STAT transcription factor. So to be able to do the genetic perturbations becomes much easier. Why we got interested was that in response to an injury to a fly, so the injury that I was showing you here, this is a simple injury to the thorax, where we don't really damage any of the internal organs. What we found is that the blood cells of the flies, and this is RNA isolated from the blood cells of the flies, is that one of the cytokines that triggers this pathway starts to be secreted by these hemocytes in response to just the injury. And the way we got to know that it's not because of some sort of microbial infection is by using germ-free flies. So we reared germ-free flies and we did the injury, so it was really a sterile injury that we did, and looked at now whether UPD3 or UNPED3, which is a ligand, which is IL-6-like, is being transcribed by the hemocytes, and we saw it was indeed being transcribed. So it looks like JAK-STAT pathway is being triggered in response to just a simple injury. Now, is it important for the fly? So one of the big phenotypes that we use is by looking at the survival of the organism. So now we knew that the hemocytes are specifically producing this UNPED3 cytokine. What happens if we now RNAi or remove the cytokine specifically from the hemocytes and not from anywhere else? So here we've used the genetics where we've used a GAL4 line, which is expressed under the control of a blood cell specific driver. So what you can see here that RNAi against UNPED3 with the blood cell specific driver causes these flies to be more susceptible following injury. Now what's the signal? How do these blood cells actually migrate to the wound, and how do they actually recognize that there has been an injury? Yeah, thank you. So there were actually studies done in embryos. So most of my work is focused on the adult because I'm looking at really what's happening in the context of post-development. So we're not interested in what's happening in the development of the organism, but what's happening once all the organs have been developed, and then you come in with a perturbation. But what was already reported in fruit flies is that in the embryo system, when you come in with any sort of ablation at the surface of the embryos, actually hemocytes migrate to the site of the wound, and if you now knock down this oxidase, which is called DUOX, which is an NADPH oxidase, and it's responsible for the production of H2O2, you can see that these hemocytes can no longer migrate to the wound. So we wondered if this in the embryos was also relevant in the adults. And is this the signal that's actually causing JAK-STAT induction? So the inflammatory response in the hemocytes, is that being triggered by the ROS gradient that's happening because of the wound that's induced in adults? So that's the experiment that we did here. First, we wanted to know whether H2O2 is actually even produced at the site of the injury. So here you can see hemocytes are labeled in green, where I've used the same genetics of using the driver. And we used now a sensor that specifically fluoresces when it binds to H2O2. So here you can see in basal situation, you don't see any H2O2 at the site where we would be injuring. But then at the site of the wound, you can now start to see, indeed in adults, H2O2 is being released at the cuticle. But we also saw this accumulation of H2O2 within these hemocytes. So you can see that in yellow here on the panel, which is marked also by the yellow arrows here. So now we wanted to use the genetics to remove H2O2 from the site of the wound and see what happens to JAK-STAT and what happens to survival. And so that's what we did. We used now either knocking down DUOX, which is the oxidase, or overexpressing catalases, which will now get rid of H2O2. And you can see with our assay that indeed we have abrogated the H2O2 response post-wounding. So what does that mean in response to JAK-STAT as well as in terms of survival? So you can see in the animals where we've knocked down DUOX or overexpressed the catalase, now the UPD3 response that I showed you a couple of slides back after injury is now very much attenuated. But we also did a sufficiency experiment where we didn't actually injure the flies. We just overexpressed the NADPH oxidase to produce H2O2. And there, even without injury, we could see UPD3 was being induced. So it was sort of not just required in the context of injury, but without injury, it was sufficient to turn on the JAK-STAT pathway. So what is it in terms of survival? I showed you knocking down UPD3 or UNPED3 from hemocytes makes the animals more susceptible to injury. Is that the case also in the dampening the H2O2 response? And that's what you can see here. In red, they are much more susceptible. But when you get rid of all the H2O2, you can see that they're much more susceptible to the injury. I'd also shown you in a couple of slides back that there was this accumulation of H2O2 within the hemocytes. Now that was curious for us, and we wanted to actually do a catalase experiment where we now buffer just for hemocyte-specific H2O2 and not just extracellular. So that's what we did. We expressed a catalase, which would be cytoplasmic specifically in hemocytes. And there as well, we saw, albeit less to what we saw in the case of the extracellular catalase, we saw these animals were also susceptible to the injury. So that means this intracellular accumulation is also critical for these flies to respond to injury. Now, why I'm talking about the intracellular catalases is when we were looking at microarray data coming from animals where JAK-STAT pathway was constitutively active, what we saw is in blood cells, one of the interesting membrane proteins that was being overexpressed was this channel protein, which is a water channel called aquaporin, and in flies we call it PRIP, and it's more similar to aquaporin 1. And why this caught our attention was that water can be transported through these aquaporin channels, but some aquaporin channels through evolution have enough space in their channel to accommodate not just water, but larger ions as well. And one such being hydrogen peroxide. So our hypothesis was that was this intracellular buildup of H2O2 as a result of some sort of facilitated diffusion by this water channel. So we wanted to test that. The first experiment we did was with the heterologous system, where we just expressed the fly water channel in HEK cells and looked at now intracellular accumulation of H2O2 using our sensor. And what we saw was that, sorry about that, that in fact, yes, there is H2O2 accumulation within the HEK cells, and now is that relevant for in vivo as well? So in vivo, is aquaporin expressed by the hemocytes? So we made a line in which aquaporin is tagged to GFP, and it's being expressed, and we can see that in H2O2, it's actually being trafficked to the membrane. And in the panel in the middle, what we did was now knocking down PRIP from the hemocytes. So we've knocked down PRIP specifically from the hemocytes, and we see knocking it down from the hemocytes is actually causing less H2O2 accumulation in the hemocytes, as well as an attenuation of the UPD3 response. So it's kind of mimicking what you saw with the DUOX RNAi or the catalase RNAi, that now if you don't have this channel protein, the hemocytes are not able to sense the H2O2. Even if there is H2O2 extracellularly, it's actually this facilitated diffusion which is important for the triggering of the pathway. So that was something that was quite exciting for us. So we looked at what the downstream signaling could be of H2O2. One of the kinases that can actually sense H2O2 intracellularly is a Lin homolog called SARC42A. And this is relevant because if we knock it down, you can see that it's impacting the survival. And also the UPD3 production. I'm really sorry about my voice today. And we looked downstream of the pathway as well. We see that Draper, which is a downstream candidate, is not being able to also trigger UPD response and has an impact on the survival. So as a model, what we found was that ROS is the signal that the hemocytes are sensing, and H2O2 is being induced, and that is being sensed by the kinase SARC, and that's triggering UPD3 response. So we were able to publish these findings, and I didn't show you today because of time, but we also saw that in hemocytes, you also trigger not just JAK-STAT pathway, but the toll pathway is also triggered in response to H2O2. And this kind of leads to an immune training. That is, if you infect the flies with an infection post-injury, the flies do much better. And that's a part of the manuscript that I haven't covered today because I want to talk about the inter-organ communication. So shifting to the inter-organ communication, one of the really cool findings we found was that this secreted ligand, UPD3, is able to systemically turn on stem cell proliferation in the gut. And that was a bit curious because the injury was happening at the cuticle, but an organ which is actually not responding to the wound is turning on stem cell proliferation. And we showed that if we block UPD3 production, this stem cell proliferation doesn't take place. So the question was, why is the gut responding to an injury which is not directly impacting the gut? And that's the part of my work that I'll be talking to you about now. So the way we looked at stem cell proliferation is by looking at this phosphohistone 3 in the gut. And the way you look at phosphohistone 3 is that serine 10 phosphorylation of histone 3 only happens during mitosis. And so we use this immunostaining, and you can see here that in response to injury, you can see that the gut is undergoing a lot of mitosis. That also happens with infection. Yeah, I still have some, but thanks. But we were wondering if this is in response to the microbes in the gut, or is it because of some signal from the wound? So we did the same phosphohistone 3 in the gut in azenic animals. And what we saw was, if you compare the blue triangles versus the gray ones, even in azenic animals, you can see that there is this induction of mitosis. And if you use mutants of the unpaired pathway, the mitosis doesn't take place. So it's really looking like the stem cell response is happening because of that distant site and not because something that's happening locally at the gut, at least in terms of the microbiota. So that's what we wanted to look at, what's going on. So you have different cell types in the gut. You have the stem cells in the flies. They can give rise to enteroblasts and enterocytes and also enteroendocrine cells. So in terms of cell population in the gut in flies, it's much more less complex as compared to the mammalian gut. But what we wanted to see is what happens to the enterocytes and enteroendocrine cells if you don't have the UPD3 response. So here we are just looking at cadherin in the enterocytes post-injury, and you can see that in fact there is a lot of expression of cadherin post-injury, but if you now remove the ROS response, that is I've blocked UPD3 response, this cadherin is completely mislocalized in the enterocytes. You no longer see, like in the case of the control, these enterocytes being marked by cadherin, and in fact these enterocytes don't look very normal in their morphology as well. So what's the impact of that? Well, we looked at the integrity of the gut, and for that we did propydium iodide feeding. Normally, propydium iodide is a very small molecule, so it shouldn't enter into the cells. But in the case of knocking down either the PRIP channel or duox, what we saw was that propydium iodide was getting into the enterocytes of very young flies. That means the gut, which is not having normal enterocyte morphology, is also having a leaky gut phenotype. And that's what exactly is shown in this experiment, where you can see in the picture here, we look at these phenotype where the flies are fed with a blue dye in the food. And when you feed them this blue dye, then they turn this, the phenotype is called the Smurf phenotype. So they turn blue. And so if the gut is leaky, that means if the flies are blue in color, the gut, basically the dye is going all systemically. And so the experiment we wanted to do was to block now UPD3 response and see whether there's actually this Smurf phenotype if we block UPD3 from the gut itself or from the hemocytes post-injury. And here you can see in green, it's only post-injury in the hemocyte knockdown that you can see the leakiness of the gut. So even younger flies, as 10 days, start having leaky guts. And this correlates with their survival because we'd shown previously mutants downstream of UPD3, that is, for example, the Draper mutants or UPD3 RNAi or the duox are actually showing this sort of lethality, which is correlated to where we see the leakiness. So we were wondering if the lethality on the flies was actually because of a defect of the gut and not of the wound healing per se. So then we looked at downstream of the pathway in the gut. We wanted to look at what's happening in terms of STAT activation. So as I showed you, UPD3 can activate STAT, and we looked at STAT by looking at a transgenic reporter. STAT will turn on GFP, so if STAT is being activated, you'll see GFP expression. And in unchallenged flies, you can only see GFP expression in the stem cells. But after injury, we saw that there was expression in muscle cells, as well as in enterocytes. But even 5 days or 10 days post-injury, we could still see a sustained activation of STAT. So that was a bit curious because when we'd looked at UPD3 activation in the hemocytes, we'd seen the activation only for some hours. But here, we were seeing this chronic activation that was happening. So we were wondering why STAT was being chronically activated in the gut. Did this have any kind of connection with the leaky gut phenotype? So now we decided to block in the gut the downstream receptor. Instead of blocking UPD3 from hemocytes, we are now blocking the receptor, and now specifically in the gut, and seeing if that can phenocopy the loss of hemocytes. So if it's actually the phenotype has got to do with the hemocyte to gut action, you should see the same effect. And that's what we saw, that knocking down the receptors specifically in the gut led to the same sort of phenotype post-injury. Now we wondered if we can now get rid of UPD3 from the hemocytes, but rescue the STAT in the gut, are we able to save the flies, if that's the reason for the lethality? And that's the experiments we've done here. We see these Draper clean injury flies, which are generally, which is downstream of UPD3, are more susceptible. But now if we overexpress the constitutive activation version of STAT, of JAK, and that will lead to STAT activation, these flies in blue are completely rescued. So that shows that it's the hemocyte to gut which is responsible for the signaling and the homeostasis. And if you actually can rescue that, these flies do much better. So are hemocytes actually contacting the gut? How is this communication happening? Why we thought this is because in flies you have an open circulatory system. If you have UPD3 produced, it can go everywhere. So are the hemocytes actually talking to the gut, or is it just a distant communication that's happening? So curiously, what we saw was, here you see on the panel on the left, even 5 days later where we saw this STAT activation, we actually saw populations of hemocytes were being adhered to the gut, and specifically in certain location of the gut. So if you look at the anatomy, you saw that in this middle region, you could see a lot more hemocytes. And if they were not activated because of duox, you no longer saw the hemocytes anymore. So there looks like the hemocytes and the gut may be talking to each other post-injury, and that could be important for changing the physiology of the gut. And one experiment that we did to see whether this crosstalk could be important in the context of normal physiology is we used flies which cannot no longer sense the wound. So what we did was we used flies which were either wild type or Draper, and 7 days post-injury, we did then an oral infection where we just damaged the gut. And what we saw that flies and what's important to notice, this Draper protein is only expressed by hemocytes. So it's not even expressed in the gut. So now you're coming in with a low dose infection of another pathogen which doesn't kill flies normally, but in these Draper flies, which don't have the activation from the hemocytes, they become more susceptible. So it looks like the crosstalk is not just in the context of wounding, but also in the context of gut infections. So in the second part of my talk, I've talked to you about how UPD3 in circulation can actually be a signal for this interorgan communication where it impacts the molecular biology, that is the specific junctional proteins of the gut leading to this leaky gut phenotype in the absence of JAK-STAT signaling. And then that is also impacting cell turnover, is a part I didn't get into my talk, but it's this communication, because we think that the gut could be a very important organ for the immune system to talk to, because 70% of our immune cells are in contact with the gut. And if there is any kind of environmental perturbation, it could be very important for that organ to respond to it and change according to the physiology. Because if you can imagine in the wild, if there's this kind of pathogen which is trying to get through the cuticle or somewhere else, the other source of it to enter the body could be the gut. So maybe to change the physiology of the gut to make it more resilient to infection could be a protective strategy for flies to resist in the wild. And finally, taking this forward, I'm interested in looking at using flies as sort of a system to look at if there is injury or pathogen or any tumor, what could be in the entire organism, the sender organ and the receiver organ, and the communication between them that finally impacts the physiology and the function. We want to use flies as a model system to look at this question of interorgan communication. So finally, I'd like to acknowledge Sandhya and all her lab members. I've been working as an ECF in her lab for the past 5-6 years. Also, some of the research fellows who have worked with me in this project. I would also like to thank my mentor during my ECF, Professor Irene Miguel Aliaga, who I've collaborated with on other projects. And of course, India Alliance for the funding now and for the next 5 years as well. I would like to thank them already. And because without this excellent funding, I wouldn't be able to do most of this work that I've presented to you. And thanks to my model organism proof prize as well, and I'll be happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Shweta, for the talk. Wonderful talk. We can take a few questions, maybe 2 or 3.
Hi, excellent talk. So just wanted to know, have you looked at the cell death or cell removal at the gut level?
Yes. So we have done some cell turnover analysis. Actually, looking at cell death using the conventional apoptosis markers has been a little tricky because there looks like, the caspases may be doing other roles as well. But the way we've done it is by lineage tracing experiments where we've marked the cells and then looked at the clone numbers and the size. And what we've seen there is in the absence of STAT activation post-injury, the clones actually just are very large. They don't go back to the homeostatic. So it looks like the turnover, that is whether the old enterocytes are being turned over, is being impacted in the absence of STAT activation post-injury and not on the basal. In the basal situation, it's already been shown that without STAT activation, the clones never differentiate. But it looks like in the enterocytes, post-differentiation, if STAT is activated, it could have an important role for the cell death, as you asked as well. Yeah.
And you were talking about gut. So what
Yeah.
about other organs? Is there any
Absolutely, that's a very relevant question. We focused. So we looked this mitosis phenotype. So we looked at UPD3 and the activation of STAT in different tissues, and other researchers have shown that STAT activation from the hemocytes can also cause muscle activation. So we've not really looked at like other tissues, which could be interesting to look at. But in terms of the adult organism and looking at the stem cell response, the gut is the one that responds the most. You don't see so much of proliferation in the brain. The egg-laying number, fertility doesn't change much with injury. So the thing that changed the most, where we looked at all the phenotypes, was the change in the gut, and that's why we brought it. But there could be changes, other subtle changes happening in the brain, which we haven't really probed at, and that could be something that we could think of in the future as well. But yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
So with the wound healing,
Yes.
so does the gut stem cell
Does it go back like the stem cell? Yes, so that's an important point. So when we looked at, yes, under normal wound healing, you have this proliferation, but post like a week or so, you can see that the stem cell proliferation is as it would normally be under basal situation. But in the context of the JAK-STAT ablation, you see sort of the opposite. You initially don't see this proliferation, but you start to see gut hyperplasia later on. So, I mean, under normal situation, the feedback comes and the gut proliferates like it would normally, but if you don't have that initial signaling, then that feedback also gets lost and you start proliferating a lot later. So yeah, that's something that we've observed and I didn't show. Yeah.
It's a completely naive question.
Yes.
But could be mediated by pain, because pain will also, the injury
Yes.
and the brain and the neurotransmission down will also stimulate stem cell proliferation.
It could be mediated. We haven't looked at any of the enteroendocrine signals. No, we haven't looked at any of those.
Could be brain mediated in
yeah,
that sense.
Yes, absolutely. What's curious for us is that generally these blood cells are resident, they're circulating around, and they're usually resident with like the respiratory system. They generally don't contact the gut. But after injury, it's like, there's some sort of signal to say now they need to home. So that's something for us which is quite curious, because if you see in terms of, the evolution of the organs that have come together with the gut in the fish, you have these loosely associated. So what is this doing? That's something that for us it's quite interesting. But of course, we haven't explored the molecular mechanism where it could be just some sort of other transmitters that could be doing it. That's a good point. Thanks for that suggestion. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Due to time constraint, I think we'll stop at questions for now. You can contact her maybe for further questions. I request Dr. Jyoti to come up on stage to felicitate her for her Shweta. Call upon Dr. Uttara for the vote of thanks.
So we have come to almost the closing of the day's event, and this is a very important part of the event, I would say, where we should thank all who have made this a success, and as I said, accomplished the mission. With this, I would like to begin with thanking first our dignitaries, the scientists, stalwarts who came here all the way to deliver the talks, Professor G. Padmanabhan, Dr. Sanjeev Jain, Dr. Kushagra Bansal, and Dr. Shweta Chakrabarti. I would like to thank Prof, Manipal, MAHE, Bangalore, Dr. Madhu V. Raghavan and Deputy Registrar Dr. Raghavendra for this venue and the auditorium and the other arrangements made for hosting the National Science Day program. It would definitely be important to thank our Dean, Dr. Jyoti Prasanna, for her constant support in organizing this event here and allowing the smooth flow in logistics and taking care of individual details of each and every item which was showcased in this program. Talking about support, of course, it is important to thank all my colleagues of MIRM who have been instrumental in organizing individual components of this program. Dr. Meenal, who has been co-hosting this program today along with me. I would like to thank Dr. Sangeeta and Dr. Anand for the hospitality. I would like to thank Dr. Shagufta for the arrangement of food, Dr. Urmi for the audio-visual arrangements that has been made for today, and Dr. Manasa for organizing the poster sessions. As we were all waiting to see our newsletter of MIRM being launched today, it is, of course, a moment to thank the entire team of MIRM newsletter, a team of student editors, especially Nasira, Abhinaya, and Jeevan, who, with their toil and hard work, brought this up. I would like to thank my senior colleague, Dr. Anujit Kumar, as the co-editor who has also guided us all the while into making this a success as we saw it today. For the special thanks goes to our graphic designer, who is Trisha, a master's student, first-year student, who helped us last minute to actually organize the way the newsletter was given to you today. I would like to thank the transport team, the students, David, Deepak, and Alan, for organizing. The student volunteers were instrumental, of course, in the entire program for today. The master's students, first-year master's students, Nishkamya, Janvi, Krishnendu, Shrishti, and Banasin, thank you all of you for your work and for volunteering. I would like to thank the MIRM staff, the entire team headed by Mr. Harish, and of course, looking into each and every detail that we have really been thankful to them for. I would like to thank the AV team of MAHE, especially to Mr. Prashant and Sumant, who have really helped us to project what we actually could in this event. My apologies if I've missed out any of the important names who have helped us. It was absolutely a program organized by each one of you, without which it would not have been so successful and wonderful together. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to make an announcement that the posters are all displayed outside for you, for those who could not make it, to actually have a look at it after lunch. We will now break for lunch first, and you can take a look into the posters. For the dignitaries and our guests, there is an arrangement made in the 6th floor of this building. There will be volunteers to take you there, and we have an entire session here, a booth here for all our students for lunch. Thank you so much, and with this I would like to end the National Science Day this year. Thank you.